Hello everyone. You are listening Darkwood Tales podcast, and I am here to tell you true deep wood stories. Close your eyes and enjoy. It began with the soil wet, black, and pulsing beneath the leather of my boots, like something trying to breathe through the earth, crust, like some buried thing, ancient and patient, straining against a prison of loam and root. I had felt it the moment I stepped off the main trail and into the deeper folds of Mount Hood's forest, that subtle resistance beneath my heels, as though the ground didn't want me, as though each step was trespass. The mud clung to me with unnatural suction, sucking at my weight like it wanted to taste where I had come from, or where I was going. Above me, the pines knotted themselves into a tangle of black silhouettes against a sky bruised purple by the dying sun, their limbs shaking in a breeze that hadn't yet reached my skin. That should have been the first warning. I could hear the wind high up in the branches, hissing through the needles like some old serpent whispering secrets from the canopy. But on the forest floor, the air was still so still it pressed in against my chest like a held breath. There were no bird song, no insects, no scurry of small claws in the underbrush, nothing but the sound of my breath and the faint, dreadful rhythm of the ground shifting beneath me. As if in anticipation, I stopped moving. The stillness thickened. Somewhere behind me, the trailhead had vanished, swallowed by trees I could have sworn weren't there. 5 minutes ago, I turned slowly, squinting through the undergrowth. Everything looked the same: identical trees, identical thickets, identical patches of moss clinging to bark like mold on bone. But the path I had taken, it was gone, not overgrown or hidden. Gone, and sat when the ground moved again. It wasn't dramatic, no quake, no violent lurch, just a soft undulation, like the belly of something enormous shifting in its sleep. Far beneath the crust, I staggered slightly, the unexpected motion throwing off my balance. And when I looked down, I saw the soil tremble, a thin line of damp earth cracking like a fresh wound at the base of a pine trunk. Steam hissed from the crevice, thin, sulfuric, and rank, like rot clinging to heat. I crouched, drawn in by the sick curiosity that always got me in trouble back in the firehouse, back when I was someone who ran toward danger because it was easier than sitting still. I pressed my glove against the earth. It was warm, too warm, like coals buried just beneath the surface, and something very faint was thudding deep below. A slow rhythm, uneven but persistent, like a heartbeat with a broken tempo. It was then that I noticed the trees weren't just leaning. They were bending, not in response to wind or weight, but toward me, toward the exact spot I stood. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but undeniable once seen. The closest pine's trunk groaned softly, its bark creaking as it listed a few degrees in my direction. A second tree joined it. A third. It was as if the entire forest was turning to listen, to watch, to surround. The air grew thick, mildewed, heavy, tinged with the coppery sting of blood. And something older, fouler. I could taste it on the back of my tongue. I stood slowly, keeping my breathing shallow, my eyes darting between the warped trunks. Somewhere in the thickening dark, I thought I saw movement, just beyond the reach of the last sliver of daylight, filtering through the canopy. A silhouette or a trick of shadow. "Hello?" I said, my voice lower than I expected, rough from disuse. It sounded wrong out here, a trespass in a cathedral of silence. Something answered, not in words, but in sound. From behind the nearest tree came a soft tapping, rhythmic, deliberate. Tap, 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 pause. Tap, 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 tap. It wasn't a woodpecker. It was too slow, too intentional, like fingers, bone against bark, or maybe antlers. My chest tightened. I reached instinctively for the axe I'd strapped to my pack, even though I knew it wouldn't help. Whatever was out here, whatever was under here, wasn't made of flesh or fire, and I had long since stopped trusting in the usefulness of steel. I stepped backward. The earth responded immediately, pulsing beneath me. With a sudden, nauseating throb, I stumbled and nearly fell beneath the crust of moss and rotting pine needles. Something shifted again, closer now. I felt it in my bones. This was no place for the living, and yet I couldn't bring myself to turn and run. Something had changed in the air, some pressure behind my eyes, like the forest itself was waiting to see what I would do next. And I wanted to see it too. I wanted to understand what slept beneath Nocturne Creek. But deep down, I already knew the truth. It was a weight, and it had been waiting for me. It took effort to move the forest, dense with its own breath, and watching silence felt like it had closed in behind me, folding its limbs and shadows across the path I no longer recognized, and each footstep forward was like dragging through molasses, every motion muffled by a presence I could not see, but could feel curling just beneath the surface of my skin. The trees arched higher here, their branches spidering into a net that stole what little light remained, and the air was colder, the way it gets in a burned-out house long after the fire's gone, a hollow kind of cold soaked in memory. I pushed forward. The tapping had stopped, but I could still feel the echo of it reverberating somewhere behind me, or within me, the way a siren's wail lingers long after it's past. And the ground, God, the ground continued to pulse, barely noticeable now, but constant, like the forest was drawing breath, waiting for me to exhale. The scent changed gradually. The rot was still there, but deeper now, layered beneath something else, something cleaner, sweeter, more wrong, honeysuckle, or something imitating it. The smell grew stronger with every step, sickly and syrupy, until it coated the back of my throat like spoiled fruit. I knew that smell from a fire we pulled a family from years ago. The mother had worn honeysuckle perfume. It hadn't masked the smoke, only blended with it into something unforgettable. Ahead, the trees parted, not naturally, not like nature allowed it, but like something had made space, cleared it, carved it, and in that clearing, stood the first wagon. It didn't belong here, not just because of its presence, but because of its condition. It was old, impossibly old. Its paint flaking like dead skin, the wood warped and swollen from centuries of rain, but untouched by mold. No vines grew over it. No moss claimed its wheels. It simply stood, solitary, like it had arrived moments before I had, as if summoned. The lantern at its front flickered to life as I approached, though no hand touched it, and the flame inside burned green. A name was scrawled along the wagon's side in a curling, archaic script, faded almost to illegibility. The Nocturne Review. I stared. Something inside me going rigid. I'd seen that name before, not in person, not in memory, but in a story told by another firefighter. Years ago, on a night when we were waiting out, a wildfire's slow death had said it with a laugh. But his eyes had been too wide. A traveling caravan that appears in the woods at night. When the ground is warm and the air goes still, people follow the lights. They never come back. I never believed it. Not until now. The door to the wagon creaked open. No one stepped out. Just a voice, soft, feminine, familiar. "Matthew," it said. "Come inside. You must be so cold." It was her voice. I don't remember drawing closer. One moment I was standing at the edge of the clearing, and the next I was at the steps. One boot already lifted toward the threshold. My hand brushed the frame, and the wood burned under my palm, an inner heat, like it had been left under a sun no longer visible. Inside, the darkness was total, the kind that swallows shapes and edges and reason, but something moved within it, something slow and graceful and wrong. I stepped back. The voice did not plead. It simply spoke again. Softer now, almost loving. "You don't have to be afraid anymore. I'll keep you safe." It wasn't her. I knew that now. That voice hadn't been hers for 20 years. Not since the night I'd pulled her from the wreckage of our burning home, with her face scorched and silent in my arms. But still, the echo of it pressed against me, and the desire to believe was a cold hand closing around my throat. The forest stirred behind me. Not with movement, with attention. Watching, weighing. Then, something new. Hooves, slow, heavy, distant at first, then closer. The trees beyond the clearing trembled, as if from an approaching storm. But no wind stirred their branches. A shadow broke from the line of pines, a figure tall and draped in rags, a mass of antlers branching from its head like twisted limbs, silhouetted against nothing. The cursed huntsman. My breath hitched. My legs refused to move. The door of the wagon slammed shut on its own. The lantern blinked out, and I was no longer alone in the clearing. The clearing had collapsed into shadow. The last echoes of her voice, its voice, had bled into the underbrush like smoke. And now all that remained was a silence, so complete It felt suffocating, like the trees themselves were holding their breath. I didn't move. Not at first. The shape across the glade, taller than any man, crowned in antlers that twisted like scorched roots, stood perfectly still. But it did not feel still. The weight of it pressed against my bones, an ancient gravity older than fear. My hand went instinctively to the axe, strapped across my back, though I knew it was pointless. That thing, the cursed huntsman, wasn't made of meat. It didn't bleed. Its presence felt like an infection more than a body, a sickness that had taken root in the marrow of the land itself. Then it moved. Not a step. Not yet. Just a tilt of the head. Slow and deliberate. The antlers groaning as they shifted. I couldn't see a face beneath them, only the suggestion of one, a pale glow like moonlight, filtered through gauze, eyes that weren't eyes watching me without blinking. The ground pulsed again beneath my feet. Stronger this time. I staggered, catching myself against the side of the caravan. It had cooled now, the heat gone, as if it had never existed, but the wood felt different. Softer, spongier. I looked down and realized that the lower planks were swelling, blistering, like flesh scalded by steam. Behind me, the huntsman took a step. No sound, no crunch of leaves or snap of twigs. Just motion, and with it, a new scent hit the air. Smoke and singed hair, ozone and wet ash, fire, remembered. I turned and ran. The woods swallowed me immediately, their branches reaching like skeletal arms to clutch at my jacket, my pack, my limbs. I tore through them blindly, lungs burning, the damp air clawing its way down my throat. Behind me, I didn't hear pursuit. No thudding steps, no galloping hooves, only that silence. And then the whisper, "You were always going to burn, Matthew." I nearly tripped. The voice was close, closer than it should been. It wasn't coming from behind me now. It was beside me, beneath me, inside me. I slammed into a tree, bark scraping across my forehead and cheek, the impact knocking me onto my back. For a moment, the world spun, stars above tangled in branches, the earth breathing slow and deep beneath my spine. I tried to sit up, and that's when I heard it, the creak of wheels, not behind. Ahead, another wagon. This one was different, smaller, older, painted with images that had long since faded. Shapes I could almost recognize, a fire, a man on his knees, something above him, masked, horned, cloaked in shadow. There were handprints, small ones, pressed into the wood, as though made in blood. Lantern hung at its side. This one was unlit. I rose slowly, my body screaming in protest. My leg was bleeding. A gash ran down my thigh from where a jagged root had caught me in my flight. The blood dripped onto the earth, vanishing too quickly into the soil, as if the forest itself were drinking it. The door to the wagon creaked open, but nothing came out. No voice, no light. Just a sound, distant and strange, like a music box winding down. A melody I thought I knew from childhood, but distorted, as if someone had taken the tune and bent it until it howled. I took a step back. The earth pulsed in protest. The trees bent slightly forward. Watching, then I heard the hooves again. Closer. The forest ahead was darker, the path narrowing, the light from the sky above, now a faint gray smear. I couldn't go back, not toward the huntsman, so I turned from the second wagon and limped deeper into the woods. Every breath hurt. Every step felt heavier. The forest floor was softening beneath me, becoming slick and warm, like walking across a living tongue. My boots left prints that filled too quickly behind me, erasing my presence. Is somewhere behind a child's laugh, echoed once, thin and distant. Then silence. The third wagon waited just ahead. This one was overturned, half consumed by the roots of a tree that had grown through its center, splitting it in two. The lantern beside it swung gently, though the air remained still. Inside the shattered frame of the wagon, I saw something move, too fast to focus, too pale to forget. A hand, clawed and blackened by flame, retreating into the dark. The whispers came again. You could have saved them. You chose yourself. I fell to my knees. The pain wasn't physical, not entirely. It was the weight of memory, real and reshaped, flames everywhere. My daughter's room, the ceiling collapsing. My arms empty. The huntsman was behind me now. I didn't need to look to know it. The air was colder, the scent of burning wood stronger. The trees didn't move anymore. They loomed silent judges in a forest that had become my reckoning. And the ground, oh, the ground, it no longer pulsed. It throbbed, like it was ready to give birth to something, or to take something back. The trees no longer merely leaned. They arched, their trunks bent like ribs over a spine, forming a tunnel of wood and shadow that yawned ahead of me, mouth-like and waiting. I didn't remember deciding to crawl. My body had simply folded to the forest's will, my palms pressing into soil that pulsed hot and wet, like muscle and meat, not earth. The ground beneath me breathed, not in metaphor, but in rhythm, exhaling warm gusts of decay between gnarled roots that curled like fingers. The tunnel grew narrower. The deeper I went, the silence deepened, pressing in on my ears until I could hear only the drumbeat of my own blood, and the whispers rising from beneath the soil, no longer faint, no longer distant. They were here, just under the surface, whispering in 1,000 tangled tongues that echoed like insects chewing through dead wood. I couldn't understand them, not yet, but the cadence was unmistakable. Accusation, fire starter. Coward, watcher. The air changed again. The sweetness of honeysuckle returned thick, choking, laced now with something else. Scorched flesh, copper, and the iron stink of something buried too long. I retched, but nothing came. There was nothing left in me to give. Then I saw the fourth wagon. Unlike the others, it was pristine, white, clean, gleaming faintly in the low light that filtered through the arched trees above. It sat perfectly centered within the tunnel, untouched by root or rot, as if time avoided it. Curtains drawn over its windows were silk, not moth-eaten canvas, and they stirred gently in an air I could not feel. A golden emblem gleamed on the door, a circle cleaved by a jagged line, like a wound held open. I crawled closer, compelled more than curious, knees tearing open on sharp stones hidden in the earth. My breath came shallow. I wanted to turn away. I wanted to run, but I could no longer remember how to move except toward it. The door opened without sound. Inside, darkness. Again, but not empty this time. The black shimmered like water and reflected within it. I saw her, my daughter. She stood at the far end of the wagon, her face exactly as it had been before the fire. Wide eyes, a crooked smile, freckles on her nose, but her feet were submerged in the floor, as though she stood in liquid shadow. Her mouth opened. "You left me." My voice cracked. "I tried." She stepped forward. The darkness climbed her legs. Her skin began to char as she moved. Hair curled. Lips split. Eyes boiled. "You watched me burn," and screamed. I don't remember fleeing, only the sound of the door slamming behind me, and the whispering rising to a fever pitch, like wind through a field of bones. I stumbled through the tunnel, now collapsing inward, the trees groaning as their trunks bent further, their bark peeling back to reveal something wet beneath, pink, twitching like exposed muscle. The fifth wagon lay overturned in a pool of viscous black sludge. Its wheels spun slowly, creaking like distant laughter. Something writhed inside, a chorus of limbs pale and slick, pushing against the broken boards like infants desperate to be born. And beyond it, light. I ran. I don't know how far. Time had stopped working. My legs moved of their own accord, driven by fear or guilt or whatever ancient instinct keeps men from drowning in the dark. I emerged into another clearing. The trees here stood wider apart, but taller, towering like cathedral pillars. The sky above was a dull slate gray, but it seemed lower, like the heavens themselves were sagging. In the center stood a ring of stones, smooth and black, each carved with a symbol that squirmed when looked at directly. In the center of the ring was a pit, and in the pit, her voice again, closer. "Come down, Matthew. It's warm." The stones hummed. The whispers coalesced, converging into a single voice. "This is what you wanted, to be free of the fire, to be free of memory. Just step in." I stood at the edge, the earth slick and pulsing beneath my boots. The smell of burning filled my lungs. I could see the flicker of flame down there, or eyes. I took a step forward, and behind me, antlers cracked through the silence. The huntsman had arrived. The huntsman did not move at first. He stood at the tree line, like a statue draped in the ragged skins of the forest itself. Fur, bark, torn canvas, all melded together into something too still, too deliberate, to be anything but watching. The antlers crowned him with impossible reach, scraping across the low sky. And where a face should have been, there was only blur, a smear of pale and shadow, always shifting, like smoke trapped in a jar. I could feel the pit behind me, its heat rising up my spine, seeping into my skull like steam. The ring of stones vibrated now, faintly, in time with my pulse, and the whispering had ceased entirely. Even the forest waited. The huntsman stepped forward. The ground did not tremble. The trees did not sway, but something within me recoiled. A deep, buried part that remembered fire too intimately, and still feared what it could not burn. My hands curled into fists, nails biting skin. I thought of my daughter's voice, the way her words had burned worse than any flame, and I wanted to scream, but nothing came out, only breath, ragged and cold. He moved again, and this time, the ring of stones responded. The symbols carved into their surfaces began to glow, faintly at first, then brighter, green like the lantern flames, but pulsing now as if alive. One by one they lit, forming a circle of fireless light around the pit. The heat doubled, then tripled, and the smoke rising from the pit thickened into shapes. Faces half-formed, hands stretching upward, mouths locked in silent screams. I staggered back from the edge, only to find myself facing the huntsman now, no more than 10 feet away, still. No face. Still. Those awful, impossibly still movements. He raised one long, bony arm from beneath his tattered shroud. Something hung, a bundle of charred, blackened cloth, tied with twine. It swung gently, and then he dropped it. The moment it touched the earth, the bundle burst into flame, silent, smokeless. The fire climbed, not outward, but upward, spiraling into a column of twisting embers that didn't rise, but hovered, locked in place above the scorched grass. Inside the fire, something took shape. A memory. My memory. The night of the fire. Our home, already engulfed. My boots slamming the hardwood. Her screams, distant, fading. My wife's body, already gone. The beam above creaking. My daughter's room ahead. The door jammed. The heat. So much heat. And my own voice, shouting back to the others. I can't reach her. I turned. I ran. And now the fire showed it all. Replayed it in perfect silence. The way I stumbled from the house, collapsing to my knees. The way I shook my head when they asked if anyone was still inside. And the look that passed between them. My brothers, my team, they knew it. The huntsman stepped into the fire. The flames parted around him, like curtains. They didn't touch him. They welcomed him. And then he pointed, not at the pit, yet at me. The stones flared blindingly bright, and something rose from the pit. Something vast, skeletal, and serpentine. It moved without sound, its body coiling up and over, like a bridge of bone and smoke. A spine of ribs arching over the ring of stone and into the sky. disappearing into the clouds. Its ribs glowed faintly, each inscribed with the same symbol. The circle split by a jagged line. The whispers returned. But now they were speaking directly to me. You are chosen, Matthew. The fire was not the end. The caravan comes for those who run. I fell to my knees again. Not from pain, but from sheer weight. The weight of memory, of guilt, of truth. Finally unearthed, I pressed my hands into the soil, and it felt hot, eager, sucking at my skin, as if it wanted to take me, to pull me into the forest's living belly. And then a sound, music, from behind the trees, calliope music, faint, warped, and wrong. Its cheerful notes, dragging like chains in the air. The sixth wagon was arriving, and this time, I knew if I looked inside, I wouldn't find a reflection or a memory. I would find myself, or what I was becoming. The huntsman did not move again. He simply stood beneath the arc of ribs, the fire around him dying back into cinders, and watched as the music grew louder. The caravan was circling, and I had nowhere left to run. The carousel tune twisted into something shrill and broken, its notes climbing too high and dipping too low. Like a child's music box possessed by grief, the sound slithered through the trees, curling into my ears, coiling behind my eyes. I stood, though I don't remember telling my legs to move. The sixth wagon awaited beyond the ring of stones, emerging from the mists like a ship breaching the veil between worlds. It moved on its own, its wheels not quite touching the ground. They spun slowly above the moss, impossibly quiet, and the lantern hanging from its front glowed with a sickly blue light. The body of the wagon was taller than the others, its roof domed like a chapel, its sides painted in symbols that moved when I blinked. Antlers, flame, a burning doorway, a man with his back turned. The door swung open before I could touch it. Inside, smoke. Not thick, not choking, just warm, familiar. It smelled like cedar and old uniforms, like the engine house at the end of a long shift, a smell I'd once trusted. The interior stretched farther than the outside should have allowed. Long corridors of cots and lockers, gear hanging in orderly rows. A fire station, but empty, utterly, achingly empty. My footsteps echoed as I stepped inside, the door clicking shut behind me. The world outside fell away in an instant. No forest, no huntsman, only this place, suspended in time, preserved in memory, or in something crueler that knew how to make it look that way. I passed, locker after locker, names scrawled on duct tape, worn through. My own was there too, Miss Calloway. The lock dangled open. Inside, nothing but ash. The alarm bell rang. I jumped. Its sound was hollow. A recording of a recording, looping endlessly. Red lights pulsed along the ceiling, casting shadows that grew claws. The corridor narrowed as I walked, the air growing hotter. My boots left wet prints. Now, though I wasn't sweating, the floor itself was bleeding, weeping dark fluid from the seams. The hallway ended at a door I had opened once before, the burn ward. I stood frozen. This wasn't a memory. I'd never returned to that room, but the hospital bed was there, draped in white, its occupant charred beyond recognition, but still breathing. Somehow, the beeping of the heart monitor slowed and deepened, too rhythmic to be mechanical. The body sat up, the skin cracked. Steam hissed, the mouth opened. It didn't scream, it didn't need to. It pointed, and behind me, the corridor melted. The floor buckled, the lockers twisted into trees, the gear turned to bone. I fell backward into a forest, reshaped from memory and ash, where the ground was a mosaic of burned photographs, every one of them showing her face. She was always just out of reach. I tried to crawl. The photographs curled at the edges. Igniting one by one, I smothered them with my hands, but the flames didn't burn my skin. They burned through me. Every image a wound, every flicker a scream, and then the sound of hooves, closer now, but not galloping, walking, measured, patient. The huntsman did not need to run. He never had. The trees formed a circle once more. A clearing of dead grass and scorched pine. The wagon was gone. The photographs turned to ash. Only the seventh lantern remained, hanging from a crooked branch, glowing blood red. The whispers returned. Different, now intoning, not speaking, a chant, a summons, and then I saw them. Others, figures among the trees, shadowed, dozens of them, men, women, children, faces I knew, faces I knew, faces I'd seen on calls, in flames beneath collapsed roofs, behind broken windshields. They did not speak. They stared. One stepped forward. A boy no older than 9, skin flaked, hands burned black, eyes hollow. He held a mask. The mask was white bone, antlered, its edges carved with the same circle and split sigil. He held it out to me, and the whispers rose. One of us. One of fire. One who fled the smoke. Behind me, the pit breathed again. Ahead, the mask trembled in the boy's outstretched hands, and to the side, antlers. The huntsman watched, waiting, not to kill, to pass the burden. The boy's hands didn't shake, though mine did as I reached toward the mask. It radiated no heat, no cold, just weight, not physical, but old, ancient. It was the feeling of standing on the edge of something vast and hungry, something that would not ask again. I didn't take it, not yet. My fingers hovered inches from the bone, and in that breathless space, I felt the forest lean closer. The others, the watchers, the ghosts, the broken silhouettes of past failure, stood in silent vigil, unmoving, unblinking. Their eyes burned not with hatred, but with the terrible permanence of disappointment. They were not here to haunt me. They were here to see if I would join them. The boy whispered, "You already wear it, Matthew. This only finishes the shape." Behind me, the pit exhaled a low, guttural growl, as if some massive thing had stirred deeper below. Awakening, the earth pulsed beneath my knees. the antlers beyond the tree line tilted. The huntsman's faceless gaze locked upon me. He hadn't moved. He didn't need to. Every part of this had led me here. The wagons, the memories, the fire, even my guilt, especially my guilt. And now the choice. Take the mask. Finish the ritual. Join them. Or refuse. But refusal wasn't freedom. It was the beginning of being hunted. I turned away. The boy didn't cry. He simply let the mask fall. It struck the forest floor with a sound like bone against bone, and shattered into ash. The whispering stopped. The lantern extinguished, and the forest screamed. Not a noise, a feeling. The scream of a mind being torn open. Trees writhed like serpents, their bark peeling back to reveal twitching red flesh beneath. Roots snapped upward, groping blindly. The watchers faded, one by one dissolving into dust. The boy last of all, his hollow eyes never leaving mine. And the huntsman began to move. Not fast, not slow. I turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush. The woods no longer passive but alive. Every tree a threat, every root a snare. The forest did not want me to escape. It twisted its shape, repeated its paths, reshaped its landmarks. I passed the same dying pine 3 times, its limbs bent like broken wings, and all the while, footsteps, measured, steady. I fell more than once. Branches slashed at my face, thorns tore at my jacket, mud pulled at my boots. The forest was trying to consume me, not just physically, but completely, like it knew the shape of my soul and was carving it into something that fit. I screamed into the darkness. A name, for a heartbeat. Everything stopped. The trees held their breath. The footsteps paused, and a voice answered. Daddy, soft, distant. Somewhere to my left, through the trees. I knew better. I knew, but my legs turned without asking, and I crashed toward the sound, toward the clearing, now opening between the trees. She stood there, my daughter, whole, young, smiling, her arms open. Behind her, the final wagon waited. It was unlike the others. No lantern, no paint, no sigils. It was carved from a single piece of petrified wood, black as void, its surface rippling like oil. Its wheels were bone, its reins were snakes, and its door hung open. My daughter reached for my hand. Her skin was warm, her fingers small, but her eyes, they were not hers, they were mirrors. And within them, I saw my own face, not as I was, as I would become. Behind me, the huntsman emerged into the clearing. Silent, antlers dripping with moss and blood. One hand outstretched, no longer offering, claiming. I turned to run, and the forest swallowed me whole. When the forest closed around me, it did not do so with fury or chaos. It did so with certainty. Like a coffin lid descending, there was no sound but my own breath, ragged and wet, echoing between trees I could no longer see. Slow, rhythmic, alive. Each beat sent a tremor through the soil that climbed up into my jaw, rattled my teeth, twisted itself into a cadence I could not ignore. Not a heartbeat, a voice, older than any fire, older than the bones of the world. Lie down, not whispered this time. Spoken, clear, circles ancient. I tried to rise. My limbs would not answer. The ground beneath me softened, turned warm and spongy, and I felt myself sinking, not falling, but being welcomed. Hands of soil and root wrapped around my ribs, my thighs, my neck, with tenderness that sickened me. The huntsman appeared, not from the trees, but from the soil itself, risen like a memory long buried, his antlers stretched into infinity, black against a starless sky that hadn't been there moments before. He no longer wore the ragged skins of man and forest. He wore me, my gear, my coat, my scorched helmet, cracked down the center, like a broken promise. His face was still faceless, but beneath the surface shimmered flickers of moments I wished I'd never lived. Her room burning, the retreat, the silence. After the sirens, he reached down and touched my chest, and the forest opened. Roots peeled back in spirals, forming a tunnel downward, a spiral staircase carved not by tools, but by time and agony. Screams echoed from its depths, but they were not mine. They belonged to the ones who had come before, those who had taken the mask, those who had refused. There was no difference now. The difference had been hope, and I had none left. The huntsman stepped aside. The pit waited. The whispers rose again. No longer offering, but rejoicing. I understood them now. Every word. They had been waiting for me, not to choose, but to realize. I was not a guest here. I was coming home. I crawled forward, not because I wanted to, but because I had to. The forest demanded its price, and I had run too long, carried too much, left too many behind. This was not punishment. It was transformation. The edge of the pit was warm, welcoming. The bones that lined its walls shifted, made space for me. Above, the final wagon creaked open without hinges, its black interior stretching wide. The huntsman did not follow. He knelt and bowed to me. As I descended, the light above shrank. The whispers faded into breath. The breath into silence. The silence into knowing. I reached the bottom, and the darkness pulled me under, and I never resurfaced. Story 2. I first heard the sound just after dusk. A low, rhythmic crunch, deliberate, too heavy for any fox or deer, carving its way through the underbrush behind me, always just a few paces too far to see, but far too close to forget. The trail beneath my boots was soft with rot and heavy with shadow, moss climbing everything like a second skin, and the hush of the forest, so absolute, so final, wrapped itself around me until it pressed into my skull like gauze soaked in river mud. I told myself it was the wind. I told myself it was nothing. but I didn't believe it. Not really. You don't spend 23 years studying dead folklore if you still believe in coincidences. Grim Hollow wasn't on the park's official map. It was a name passed around in old letters whispered in the margins of faded settler journals, sometimes scratched into bark so faintly it seemed the trees themselves had written it. It followed the breadcrumb trail from a half-forgotten Cree legend about a cursed well, through settler-era cemetery records that listed burials without remains, to a single scrawled note I found in an archive box that smelled of mildew and mice. No light reaches hollow. Never dig, never name. There were no trails in, just guesses. Faded paths of trampled fern and deer scat. The kind that vanish if you stop looking for even a second. Killarney in late October was already halfway to the other side. Everything smelled like damp bark and sweet rot. The kind of musk that comes from a forest too wet and too old to care about human presence anymore. The trees leaned in unnaturally here, bending toward each other like they were conspiring, limbs creaking with a language too slow for human ears. I had been walking for what felt like hours, deeper than the sun could touch, when I saw the mound. It wasn't much, a hump in the earth, maybe 3 feet wide, and just under 2 tall, but it was wrong. Too clean. The dirt was fresh, as though someone had turned it only hours ago. Still dark and clumping like coffee grounds. No leaves had settled on it. No pine needles. No signs of erosion. Just a soft, unnatural hill, where no hill should be. At first, I thought it might be an animal grave. But then I saw the plank. A single weathered board had been stabbed into the top of the mound like a marker. Not a cross, not a stone. Just old gray wood, split at the top and rotted along the bottom, jammed deep into the soil at an angle that made it look angry somehow. My breath caught in my throat, and not just from the chill. There was something about it that felt confrontational, as though it was meant to be seen, meant to be understood. I stepped closer. There were letters on the board, but they were faint, scrawled, not carved. Charcoal, maybe, or some other dark smear that had been rubbed over the surface with a trembling hand. I had to kneel to make it out, to really look at it in the failing light. Leave. No name, no dates. Just that one word. A warning. The silence around me deepened. If such a thing was possible, the birds had stopped. I realized the usual rustle of squirrels in the leaves had gone still. Even the wind, such as it was, had faded into nothing, as though the forest itself was holding its breath. I felt the weight of it then, the oppressive pressure that settles on the chest, not from altitude or exertion, but from the presence of something unseen, something ancient. I stood, slowly, brushing dirt from my knee. My breath steamed in the air. The temperature had dropped sharply in the last few minutes, and a thin film of frost had begun to form on the edges of the ferns around the mound, catching the last of the fading light like tiny dying stars. I didn't turn back. I should have. I know that now. But the thing about obsession is that it doesn't listen to reason, or warnings, or even fear. It just digs in, deeper and deeper, until everything else feels like silence. So I marked the mound on my GPS. Not that it mattered, I had no signal, and pushed forward into the thicker trees, deeper into Grim Hollow. The smell changed as I moved on. It had been damp before, full of moss and cedar, and the slow rot of ancient undergrowth. But now there was something else. Something sharp and metallic riding just beneath the surface, like blood or iron or the cold breath of deep stone. I started seeing old signs of human passage, rusted tin, half-buried boot prints, the edge of a broken lantern beneath a root, all so old, but not old enough to forget. There had been people here, but there weren't anymore. The trees grew taller, darker, more gnarled the deeper I went. I passed through a narrow stand of black spruce, where the trunks were so tight I had to squeeze sideways, the bark brushing my shoulders like cold fingers. And just past that, the earth shifted. It wasn't an earthquake. It wasn't even a real movement. Not exactly, but I felt it. A subtle, almost imperceptible change underfoot, like the forest had drawn in a breath through the roots, or like something beneath the soil had stirred. The moss seemed thicker here, wetter, like the ground wanted to pull me down. I stopped, looked back. The grave was gone. I turned fully around, scanning the woods, certain I'd find the mound only a few feet behind me. But there was nothing. No hill, no plank, just more trees, standing silent and ancient, their limbs trembling ever so slightly in a breeze. I couldn't feel. My heartbeat crawled up into my ears. I tried to retrace my steps, but the path had vanished. No crushed ferns, no boot prints, no markers, just forest. Something was wrong. Something fundamental. I'd been followed. I knew that now, with a cold certainty that settled into my bones. But whatever had been behind me was no longer content to stay in the shadows. And then I heard it. A hiss. Not like a snake, but wetter, longer, like steam escaping a dying thing's lungs. The earth beneath my boots shifted again, and I knew then, in a way deeper than knowing, that the grave I'd seen was not meant to contain something dead. It was meant to contain something waiting, something that knew I was here, something that had been listening, and that the warning hadn't been for me at all. It had been for whatever was buried beneath. Night fell before I realized it. One moment, I was pushing through bramble thick as rope. The next, everything around me was coated in the black of pitch and pine. My flashlight sputtered like a dying star, the beam weak and jaundiced, unable to pierce the layers of fog that had crept in so quickly. It was as if the forest exhaled it. The air turned syrupy, thick with the smell of wet bark, and something deeper, something old, fermented, like mushrooms rotting in bone. I tried not to panic. I'd read about sensory misdirection in the deep woods, the loss of trail, the shifting light, the auditory tricks the trees play when the wind whistles just right. But this was different. The darkness wasn't just absence. It had weight, a crushing, smothering pressure that settled across my shoulders and back, like a damp wool blanket, soaked in river silt. It clung to my skin, slid beneath my collar, crept into my lungs. I checked the GPS again. Still no signal. The screen flickered once, then went dead altogether. Despite showing half a charge earlier, I tried my phone. Same story. No light. Just the faint reflection of my own face. Pale and strained, eyes too wide. Somewhere far off, or maybe right beside me, came a thud. Not loud, not even sharp. Just a singular, definite thud, like something large and soft had dropped from a great height onto damp earth. I froze, straining my ears. Nothing, no rustling, no calls of night birds or scampering raccoons, just the muffled silence of too much foliage and too little wind. I turned in a slow circle, trying to orient myself. The trees all looked the same. Now tall, dark, oppressive, birch and spruce. Their limbs knitted so tightly together above my head that the stars were little more than cold freckles in a ceiling of black. My flashlight's beam landed on a nearby trunk. Deep grooves ran down its bark, 4 parallel lines unevenly spaced, as though something with claws, long claws, had marked it. Not recently, but not long ago either. The bark was weeping sap. I didn't want to admit I was lost. Not yet, but every instinct in me knew I was somewhere I wasn't supposed to be. That was when I felt it again. The pressure, not over my shoulders now, but around my chest, subtle at first, like the air had thickened, resisting each breath, then stronger. My ribs ached. I dropped to one knee, sucking in air that felt like breathing through wet cotton. I gripped a nearby root, tried to steady myself, tried not to panic. I whispered aloud, trying to anchor myself. My name is Henry Vance. I'm a professor at Queen's University. I'm here researching Cree folklore and settler legends. The words felt absurd in my mouth, pointless, tiny things, like throwing stones at an ocean. The pressure released as suddenly as it came. I gasped, wiping sweat from my forehead, only to find my hand trembling uncontrollably. My flashlight flickered again and went out completely. I slapped it against my palm, cursing. When it came back, dimmer than before, I found myself facing something that hadn't been there a moment ago. A path, narrow, overgrown, framed by 2 dead trees, with bark as black as char, and limbs that reached across the trail like broken fingers. It hadn't been visible before. I would have seen it. The underbrush was flattened here, not by human steps, but something heavier, dragging. The edges of the path were stained dark, and the smell was stronger now, metallic and foul, like rusted tools left to rot in a pool of stagnant water. Despite everything in me screaming otherwise, I stepped onto the trail. My boots sank into the soft earth, the mud sucking at the soles like a hungry mouth. Each step forward felt like a decision I couldn't undo. The forest narrowed. The trees leaned closer. The fog pressed tighter. And then the mine found me. That's the only way I can describe it. I didn't find the mine. I didn't stumble upon it. One moment, I was forcing my way through thorn-laced bramble that bit through my jeans. and the next, I was standing before a yawning black opening in the rock face of a low hill, half covered in vines and moss, the air pouring from it unnaturally cold and stinking of old iron and wet limestone. A half-collapsed warning sign lay nearby, its letters barely legible beneath the rust. Danger. No entry. Shaft unstable. I should have turned back. I knew that. I knew the stories. Old mines that collapsed, with the shift of a footstep, pockets of air that could steal breath. The ghosts of broken men who dug too deep, but I stepped inside. It was colder than I expected. The temperature drop immediate, like walking into a cellar beneath a frozen lake. My breath fogged, the air didn't move. Dust clung to every surface, suspended in stillness. My footsteps echoed too loudly, as though the stone around me was hollow, a shell over something deeper. The passage sloped downward. Drips echoed far ahead, rhythmic, unnaturally steady. The deeper I went, the more the world narrowed. Light shrank, air grew thin, and the press of the earth above became not just physical, but psychological. Every instinct screamed I didn't belong here, that this place was waiting. Then I saw the first one, a boot, half buried in the stone dust, still laced, still standing upright, but the foot inside was gone. Cleanly, as though severed with impossible precision, I turned to go, panic spiking, but the path behind me was gone, not just twisted or shifted, gone, a blank wall of rough stone, slick with condensation, where the entrance had been. That was when I heard the hiss again, closer this time, not from ahead. From below, something was moving beneath the floor, and the forest above had gone silent once more. The hiss didn't echo the way sound should in a mine. It didn't bounce from the walls or deepen with distance. It simply existed, immediate and omnipresent, like a whisper pressed directly against the ear. I held my breath and strained to listen, but the sound didn't grow louder. It grew heavier. A pressure built in my skull, behind my eyes, in the roots of my teeth. My ears popped and repopped. The flashlight began to flicker again. The beam danced across jagged walls and rotting support beams, then caught on something ahead, something that moved, not quickly, not violently, just a subtle serpentine undulation that pulled back into the dark the moment the light grazed it. I stood frozen, heart hammering, breath short. Dust swirled in the beam like ash in water, disturbed by something I couldn't see. I forced myself to take a step, then another. My boots ground over shale and crushed ore. Every footfall felt louder than it should, as though the mine was listening, cataloging the intrusion. Somewhere behind me, a faint creak echoed, wood straining beneath a shifting weight. And then came the smell, rot, thick and coppery. The scent of something long dead, steeped in stagnant water. It filled my mouth, coated my throat. I gagged and turned, pressing a sleeve to my face. The flashlight beam quivered in my shaking hands. I moved deeper. Not out of courage, out of necessity. There was no exit, no map, only the downward path, veering left, then curling like a spine into the dark belly of the earth. I passed rusted tracks, half swallowed by gravel, splintered timbers with old warnings scrawled in faded chalk. "Don't follow the drip." Another hiss. Closer, the floor changed subtly. As I descended, the gravel thinned, the walls narrowed, moisture slicked the stone, and then the drip started. Tap, tap. It echoed from every direction, maddening in its irregular rhythm. Sometimes a single drop, sometimes 3 in quick succession. The sound was faint but sharp, like water falling into a metal basin just out of reach. I tried to trace it, following the curve of the passage, but the acoustics twisted it, moved it. It always seemed just a few steps ahead, or behind. Then my light caught something carved into the wall, a figure, not just scratched into the rock, but gouged deep with something jagged and strong. It was humanoid in form, but wrong in every proportion. Too thin, limbs too long, fingers curling like roots. Its mouth stretched open, circular and toothless, as though screaming or consuming. Around it, thorned coils slithered, drawn in such frantic, repetitive strokes that the wall had been worn smooth in places. I raised my flashlight. There were more, hundreds of them, carved over years, maybe centuries, some fresher than others, a collage of horror mapped across the stone, like a silent, hopeless scripture. The pressure returned, sudden and cruel. It slammed into my chest, forcing me to my knees. I couldn't breathe. My limbs felt bound, squeezed by invisible coils. My flashlight dropped, clattering on stone, spinning wildly until its beam landed on something protruding from the wall ahead. A jawbone, human, wedged between rocks, like it had been placed there intentionally. Teeth yellowed, the bone dark with age. Above it, more carvings. Names, maybe, scratched so faintly they were almost erased. I recognized one, Vance, my own surname. My breath caught. I blinked, shaking, the pressure loosening just enough for a wheeze of air to scrape into my lungs. I crawled forward, hand shaking as I touched the stone. The name was real, the letters precise, familiar. Then I heard it again. Not a hiss this time. Not a drip. A whisper. It came from behind the wall, a voice like dry leaves scraping over stone. My name again. Henry. I scrambled backward, grabbing the flashlight, shining it wildly down the passage. A figure stood at the far edge of the beam, tall, motionless, cloaked in shadow. Its outline twitched, wrong somehow, as though it were made of too many joints. As the beam hit it directly, it dissolved not into mist or dust, but into absence. A hole in space, a place the light could not touch. The mine groaned, not with the strain of weight, but with breath. Then the drip stopped. The silence was worse. I stood, stumbling deeper into the passage, choosing forward over whatever watched from behind. The walls began to widen, the ceiling higher. Arched with age, I entered a larger chamber, half collapsed, filled with rusted mining carts and heaps of stone. The air here was colder still, so cold it burned. In the center, half buried in rubble, was a doorway, not a wooden frame, not a tunnel. A doorway, carved into the rock, with impossible precision, blacker than the mine around it, its edges smooth and unbroken, shapes traced its sides, serpents with thorn spines, spiraling inward, all pointing toward the center. The hiss returned, louder, but not from behind. From within, from beyond the doorway, the ground trembled softly, as though something enormous had shifted in its sleep. And I knew then, without needing to see it, what the locals never dared name. The death-thorn serpent was not a myth. It was a warning, and I had stepped willingly into its hollow. I don't remember stepping through the doorway. One blink, and I was inside. The rock gave way to something older, stranger. Walls that weren't quite stone. Not anymore, but some impossible fusion of root and mineral. They pulsed faintly in the dark, not with light, but with pressure, like lungs inhaling through the very walls themselves. Each breath, not mine, sent a shiver through the ground, and I realized the tunnel ahead wasn't carved. It was grown. The air here was different, denser, warm with decay, thick with a sweetness that turned rancid the longer it lingered in my nose, like overripe fruit left to ferment in the sun. Beneath it, the scent of blood, metallic and damp. My stomach clenched. The flashlight was failing again. Its beam blinked and trembled, as though resisting the space itself. I tapped the side, whispering curses, and for a fleeting moment, the light swelled and revealed that I was not alone. The walls were lined with shapes, not figures, not quite. They were impressions, silhouettes, as though something had melted into the stone and left behind only its outline, human-shaped, dozens of them, arms outstretched, mouths frozen in a scream, features erased, but postures unmistakable, some small, child-sized. I pressed forward. There was no going back. The tunnel curved sharply, descending in a slow spiral, each step deeper, pulling at something in my chest, a tension like fishing line caught on bone, tight and humming with pressure. My ears rang. My heart raced. And then the sound returned. Not the hiss, not the whisper, a heartbeat, tisting, slow, monolithic. It echoed through the earth like a drumbeat in some vast, buried cathedral. One beat, a pause, then another. With each pulse, the walls swelled slightly, as though exhaling. My mind rebelled. This place was alive, not metaphorically, not spiritually. The thing beneath Grim Hollow wasn't dead. It was sleeping, and I was walking across its ribs. At the base of the spiral, the tunnel opened into a wide chamber. My light swept across twisted remains of wooden scaffolding, ancient pickaxes rusted to nubs, lantern hooks bent at impossible angles. In the center of the chamber, a pit yawned, perfectly round, black as sin. I approached. The edges lined with that same not quite stone, veined and glistening. It looked deep, endless. My light barely scratched the surface before being swallowed whole. A breeze rose from its center, warm and damp, carrying a distant sound, breathing, not mechanical, not natural, wet, labored. I leaned forward, and something shifted, not in the pit, but above it. I snapped my head upward and saw, clinging to the ceiling in total silence, a form so massive and contorted, I couldn't at first understand what I was seeing. Its body was coiled like roots twisted in pain, thorns jutting from scales that glistened like wet obsidian. The head, a grotesque blend of serpent and skull, turned slowly, its milky eyes locked onto me. Though they had no pupils, only depthless pits. The death horn serpent. Not a name. Not a myth. A sentence. It moved with no sound, uncoiling in a slow, terrible descent. Its weight not felt through the air, but through the soul. My legs refused to move. I could only stare, paralyzed, as it circled the pit, the thorns along its spine glinting with some sick luminescence, each one dripping a fluid that hissed against the stone. The crushing pressure returned, worse than ever. My bones groaned. My knees buckled. I collapsed to the floor, hands scraping against a surface that pulsed with every breath. The thing exhaled. Blood filled my mouth. My vision narrowed. The serpent reared, mouth wide. Not to strike, not yet, but to inhale, not air, not scent. It was drawing something from me. Memory, identity. I felt it slipping away, the thread of myself being pulled gently, cruelly, from behind my eyes. I screamed, but no sound left my throat. Just a thought remained, thin, trembling. It knows my name. The thorns vibrated as it exhaled, and I heard it, not with ears, but with thought. Leave. The same word carved on that nameless grave. But I couldn't. I had gone too deep. I had disturbed what should have been left sleeping, and it was waking. The walls began to pulse faster. The heartbeat quickened all around me. From crevices and shadowed hollows, new shapes began to emerge, serpentine but smaller, thorned but incomplete, spawn, hatchlings. 1,000 hissing mouths opened in tandem. I rolled to my side, dragging myself from the pit's edge, the sound of scales rasping over stone close behind. The ground tilted. The chamber groaned. Something above split with a roar. Dust and bone rained down. And then I ran. No sense of direction. No thought. Just flight, blind and breathless. The tunnel behind me screamed as the great coils shifted. And I knew this mine wasn't a ruin. It was a nursery, and I was not a visitor. I was food. The tunnels no longer resembled anything man had carved. The deeper I fled, the more the stone gave way to something else, veins of black root twisting through the walls, bulbous growths pulsing with pale light, the floor beneath my feet softening with each step, until it no longer sounded like gravel and rock, but like meat. Every breath felt borrowed. The flashlight, now more a trembling suggestion than a tool, flickered and died entirely. I was left in a darkness that pressed in from all sides, not passive, not waiting, but clutching, clawing, thick as pitch and humming with awareness. My hands scraped along walls slick with wetness. I moved on instinct, knees trembling, ribs aching where something inside had cracked under the serpent's pressure. Behind me, the sound never stopped. A rustle like dry leaves, a hiss like steam, a wet, rhythmic clicking, like jaws testing themselves. Once I glanced back, and though there was no light, I knew the way was filled with watchers. Eyes I couldn't see, mouths I could feel. Then the tunnel narrowed. I pressed forward, shoulders scraping, head ducked, the passage collapsing into a crawl space, barely large enough to fit my frame. My fingertips met stone that pulsed and shifted, like breathing flesh. A sound echoed up from ahead. A steady drip, that same maddening, metal-touched rhythm I had heard earlier, now impossibly loud. Drip, drip, drip. A memory surged, unbidden, the warning carved in chalk. Don't follow the drip. But there was no other way. I pushed forward, stomach scraping, heart pounding. Each movement summoned new sounds, skittering claws, whispering voices, just out of reach. My elbow brushed against a membrane that quivered at my touch, and released a thin spray of warmth that reeked of copper and rot. And then the tunnel opened again, not wide, but wider. I collapsed into it, gasping, soaked in sweat, filth, and blood I couldn't entirely claim as mine. My fingers found the flashlight, now cracked, but flickering dimly. I aimed it forward, and found the corridor lined with bones, not scattered, arranged, skulls embedded into the walls, ribs laced into arches overhead, femurs and spines interlocked into a grotesque lattice. This was no mine. It was a cathedral, and something had built it, deliberately. Every inch of the structure whispered of ritual, of sacrifice, of reverence. The thorns that sprouted between the bones glistened with venom, and here and there, nestled in the sockets of skulls, I saw flickers of movement, small serpentine things coiling in endless sleep. I stood, or tried to. My legs nearly buckled. The sense of weight returned, more subtle now, like fingers resting on my shoulders, reminding me I was not free. I moved forward. At the far end of the corridor, an archway formed entirely of jaws led into a circular chamber. This one glowed faintly, the walls smeared with some bioluminescent secretion that pulsed in time with the Earth's great heartbeat. The floor was a spiral mosaic of bones and scales, leading to a stone slab at the center, and atop the slab, a book bound in something that looked like skin, stitched with metal thorns, its cover marked with the same sigil carved above the grave outside, a coiled serpent biting its own tail, its spine bristling with knives. I approached slowly, reverently, as if my body had ceased to belong to me. My hand reached out, and the whispering returned, this time clearer, more distinct. We remember. The voices overlapped. Hundreds of them. Male, female, ageless. Their tones not accusatory, but mournful, longing, as though they had been trapped here so long they'd forgotten their own names. And mine was the first new one they'd heard in centuries. My fingers touched the book. A shock rippled through me. Vision splitting, heart stopping, lungs locking. For one endless second, I wasn't in the mine anymore. I was beneath it, far beneath, suspended in black water, weightless, soundless. Around me, the bones of titans floated, their skulls cracked open, thorned serpents coiled within. Above, miles of stone pulsed with veins of red light. Below, nothing, an endless drop into which I felt myself sinking, and in that void, a shape waited, not the serpent, something older. I screamed and the vision shattered. I was back in the chamber. On my knees, the book open before me, its pages covered in ink that moved, no language I knew. Symbols that bled, squirmed, arranged themselves into shapes I recognized only by instinct. A story told without words, a memory not my own. The forest, the grave, the serpent, the name burned on the page, not written, etched, as though it had always been there, as though the book had been waiting for me. The whispers rose again. Blood knows blood. And then movement behind me, all around. The sound of hundreds of thorns scraping stone. I turned and saw them coming. Not just the serpent, not just its children, the lost, the hollowed, those who had found the mine and never left, their eyes gone, their mouths filled with black vines. They walked like memories, like echoes, like things half faded from existence. The hollowed ones, their flesh carried the colors of bruises and mold, their skin pierced with the same thorned growths I'd seen sprouting from the mine's walls. Their feet dragged as though the bones inside had turned to sand, their faces slack, lips cracked, eyes, no, not eyes, just darkness, cavities pulsing with a faint bioluminescent green, like something was growing inside their skulls. The first one reached the edge of the chamber and stopped, head cocked, listening, breathing, if you could call it that. There was a sound, wet and crackling, like roots growing through damp wood. It tilted forward slightly, nostrils flaring, then opened its mouth, and I saw what had replaced its tongue. A thorn, thick and barbed, pulsing faintly. I backed away slowly, my feet brushing against the bone-spiraled floor, heart threatening to collapse in my chest. The book was still open behind me, its pages flickering like flames in a wind I could not feel. I could hear it murmuring, faster now, urgent, as though it could sense them, as though it feared them. The whispering in my mind rose in pitch. Bury it. What? The voice repeated, more insistent. Bury the book. I turned and stared at it. The pages had begun to rot before my eyes, curling inward, the ink seeping out and dripping onto the stone like blood. Whatever knowledge it had once offered was fleeing, dissolving in front of me. I reached for it, intending to close it. But the moment my fingers brushed the cover, the chamber screamed. Not the hollowed ones, not the serpent, the mine. The walls vibrated with a deep, guttural roar that came from everywhere at once. The bones in the walls shook. Dust rained from the arches. The hollowed raised their heads in unison and let out a single dry moan, low, inhuman, like wind scraping through skulls. Then they surged forward. I didn't think. I acted. I grabbed the book, tucked it under one arm, and ran straight into the nearest tunnel, my light flickering, the path narrowing. Behind me, the scraping of feet and bone. Above me, the heartbeat of the mine accelerating. And ahead, another door, carved not by tools, but by pressure, a rounded passage that seemed to swell and retract with every breath. It felt wrong to enter, but nowhere else remained. I ducked inside, sprinting as the space grew tighter, the ceiling pressing down, the walls slick with something thick and clinging. The book vibrated in my grip. Each step made it hotter, heavier, as though trying to return to the place it belonged, or as if it was dragging me with it. Then I saw light, a soft, sickly glow, like fungus feeding on corpses. The tunnel opened into a space unlike any before, a garden of sorts, massive root-like structures weaved through the chamber, forming arches and lattices and twisted trellises, and from them hung husks, dozens, hundreds, some wrapped in membranes, some desiccated, others still twitching. I moved slowly now, body numb, limbs trembling. I stepped between the hanging forms, careful not to touch. The air was thick with spores, each breath dragging tendrils of sleep across my mind. I staggered to one of the pods and shone the flickering beam of my dying light through its membrane. It was me, not metaphorically, not a hallucination, a copy. Same face, same jacket, same cut, above the eyebrow from when I slipped in the woods. Eyes closed, chest unmoving, suspended in some amber-colored fluid that pulsed with the mind's breath. I stumbled back and tripped over a root. My head struck stone, and for a moment, the light died completely. When it came back, a figure stood before me. Not the serpent, a man, ragged, thin, beard matted with filth, eyes wild and glassy. Henry, he rasped, voice scraping like rusted metal. I tried to speak, but my tongue felt swollen. "Don't read it," he hissed, glancing down at the book in my arms. "It writes you in." I stared. He leaned close, his breath reeked of roots and rot. It remembers every name, every face. You read it, you become it. His face twisted suddenly, panic flaring in his eyes. He looked over his shoulder. They heard. They're coming. He grabbed my arm and pulled me through a side passage I hadn't seen before, hidden behind one of the larger roots. We stumbled together into the dark, the way back already closing as tendrils began to move, sealing the exit. As we ran, he muttered to himself, over and over, "You can't wake it. You can't wake it." And beneath it all, the whispering rose again, no longer soft, no longer distant. Henry. It was saying my name now, not a memory, a call. The tunnel twisted like a root grown in pain, veering without rhythm, ceiling dragging low, walls constricting like lungs inhaling too deep. My guide moved like a man who hadn't slept in years, his fingers twitching every few steps, head jerking with every distant sound, as though the mine whispered directly into his marrow. We didn't speak. Not at first. The silence wasn't empty. It was swollen, pulsing with breath and memory and something else, something older. I kept thinking of the book pressed to my chest, the way it seemed to hum when I grew afraid, as if it drank the fear and turned it into ink. After a long stretch of quiet, he spoke. "You felt it, didn't you?" The weight. His voice was a graveled murmur, eyes unfocused. He didn't wait for an answer. It's not just a creature. The serpent. It's a spine, a root, the first thorn. The forest grew around it, like scar tissue. That's why it remembers. It never healed. We turned another corner, and I nearly screamed. Hundreds of eyes stared back at me from the walls, not real ones. Carved, inked, burned, watching. "This place was never a mine," he said. "They told people that to keep them away, but it was always this." We stopped at a fork where one passage descended like a throat, and the other climbed into a vein of glittering black stone, veined with green light. He pointed to the left. "This way goes to it. To the nest. You go there. You don't come back, right? If you come back at all." He looked at me, and for the first time I saw something beneath the madness. Regret, familiarity. "You remind me of him. The first Henry." I blinked. What? But he was already walking again, upward, toward the dark. I followed, clutching the book tighter. Eventually, we came to a chamber filled with roots, their surfaces carved with glyphs. I couldn't read, but instinctively understood. Bindings, warnings, the ancient equivalent of fences and locks. And in the middle of the room, beneath a canopy of hanging vines, stood a mirror, tall, framed in bone, covered in a sheet of dried, brittle skin. He didn't look at it. "This is where it ends for me," he said. I reached out and gently peeled the skin away. The mirror reflected nothing. No light. No shapes. Just a void, an absence that felt too specific to be natural. My guide turned away, trembling. This is the doorway, the gate. They sealed. They buried the serpent alive, trapped it in the weight of the forest. That was their mistake. You can't bury something that was already beneath. I stared into the mirror and felt it stare back. Behind me, the whispering returned, sharper now. The voices were less like a wind and more like a chant, a chorus of names, my name among them. Henry Vance. I whirled around. My guide was gone. In his place stood another me, but not alive. Eyes black, mouth torn open in a smile too wide, thorns blooming from his skin like fungus. He reached out a hand. I stumbled back into the mirror and didn't fall. I passed through. Darkness swallowed me, and I fell, not down, inward, through memories that weren't mine. Screams, the scraping of metal, faces pressed against stone, a woman singing to bones, a child cradling a thorn like a doll, the serpent slithering through caverns older than time, and at the bottom, a door of roots, a voice behind it, not whispering, not chanting, calling, "Come home." I landed hard on damp earth. The book burned in my arms. I was in the nest. The nest was not a place. It was a wound. The air was thick and viscous, like syrup pulled from old bark. I moved through it slowly, every step, dragging against the pull of something invisible and angry, as though the mine, no, the forest itself, resented my presence. The roots underfoot pulsed with faint light, sickly green and veined with shadow, and every breath I took felt stolen from a deeper, older thing. Around me, walls of flesh and stone coiled together, indistinguishable in their rot. The chamber stretched in every direction, impossible in its vastness, as though I had stepped outside the world. And above, far above, the ceiling twisted with the writhing body of the death-thorn serpent. It was awake now, its body undulated with slow, awful grace, like a river of thorns sliding through a sky of decay. No head, no eyes, just an endless form covered in jagged, pulsing spines that bled a dark sap where they scraped the walls. Where it passed, things grew, flowers with teeth, mushrooms that wept, insects with human eyes, and below it, at the very center of the chamber, lay a pit. The voice came from within it. You read its name. I took another step. The book in my hands had changed. No longer brittle, it pulsed now, warm as skin. Its cover had grown slick with sweat. The title gone. The pages sealed shut. It no longer whispered. It breathed, and I understood. The book was not knowledge. It was hunger. I stood at the edge of the pit. It was impossibly deep. Its walls made of bone and root and pages stitched from human skin. Faces screamed silently from its edge, locked in perpetual terror. "You've written your place," the voice said, echoing from the walls, from the floor, from within me. All who read must be remembered. A shape rose from the pit, a coil of the serpent, barbed and massive, towering above me. Its thorns glistened with venom. From its ridges hung figures, impaled, but still twitching, hollowed, remembered. I turned to run. The pit opened wider. The gravity of memory dragged at me, and with it came the crushing sensation I had felt before, now tenfold. My lungs shriveled under pressure. My vision blurred. My thoughts splintered. The weight of every life the forest had consumed pressed down on me. The forest remembers. It does not forgive. My knees buckled. The book dropped from my hands and cracked open on the stone. Pages fluttering wildly. Ink leaking like arterial spray. Names spilled out. Names etched into the mine, into the earth, into the trees. Henry, Henry, again and again, in every script, every tongue. I was not the first. I would not be the last. The serpent struck. A flash of white-hot agony tore through my side. As a thorn pierced flesh, my body lifted, flung across the chamber like a leaf in a storm. I hit the wall hard. Blood filled my mouth. I couldn't breathe, and yet I stood. Something moved in me. An ancient instinct, not mine. The forest had fed on me, but I had swallowed it, too. Its roots tangled in my veins. Its voice sang in my skull. I staggered forward, toward the book. If I could just throw it in, if I could bury it at the root. The serpent screamed, not with sound, with memory. Visions lashed across my mind like whips. Children lost in the woods. Miners swallowed in the dark. Scholars driven mad by the ink, all crying. All remembered. I pressed on, every step, shearing away a part of myself. My name, my story. I was becoming the echo, the hollowed thing, but I made it. At the lip of the pit, I held the book high. The serpent descended, and I jumped down into the dark. The book split in my hands. Pages scattered, fire bloomed, roots screamed, then silence. I awoke alone. The forest was quiet. No birds, no wind, just stillness. I was lying beside a shallow grave in the heart of Killarney, marked with a crude wooden plank. No name, just one word. Freshly etched. Leave. I stood, and behind me, beneath the moss, something shifted. The forest remembers, and it never forgets. Story 3. The first thing I remember was the sound. Not a snap, not a crack, but a sigh, as if the earth beneath me had grown tired of bearing my weight. It was so soft, I almost didn't notice it. Beneath the rustle of the wind through the bare branches, the stiff brush of dried grass against my jeans, the soft jangle of the compass lanyard at my chest. But it was there, just loud enough to reach through the stillness and stir something instinctive in my gut, a tightening of muscle and pulse, a clench in the stomach that had nothing to do with logic and everything to do with ancient fear. Before I could shift my boot or even think to move, the ground beneath me gave way with a dry, brittle exhale like brittle leaves crushed in a closed fist, and I dropped. It wasn't far, just a short collapse, into an opening I hadn't seen, couldn't have seen, the kind of thing that shouldn't have been there at all. Especially not in this part of the Badlands, where everything had been picked clean by wind and erosion centuries ago. My legs scraped the sides of the sinkhole as I slid, thudding into a cold, damp floor only a few feet below the surface. Dust rose around me in a thick, choking plume, filling my mouth with the taste of ash and iron. I coughed, swore, and scrambled to my feet, brushing at my coat and jeans. But my hands came away not just with dirt, but with something finer, stickier. Clay dust, thick, with the smell of rot and wet stone. I looked up. The circle of sky was barely the width of my shoulders now, already dimming with the coming twilight, and the pale orange light that filtered down into the hole did little to warm the air or settle the sudden pressure that had started to build in my head. Just behind the eyes, the silence was louder here. No wind, no birds, just my own breath, and the sound of it echoing faintly off unseen walls. The pit was narrow, not deep, but wrong somehow, unnatural in shape, as if carved by something with a sense of purpose, not the slow workings of water or time. Roots stuck out from the sides like grasping fingers, gnarled and dark with age, some of them trembling slightly as if disturbed. My light, a small headlamp strapped to my forehead, flickered as I adjusted it, then stabilized. I swept the beam slowly around the walls, heart thudding. What I saw stopped me cold. The hole didn't end where it should have. Beneath me on the far side, the ground dipped again, sloping sharply into a second, narrower passage that tunneled downward at a strange angle, like a throat leaning forward in hunger. The walls there were slick with moisture, the color of old bruises, purple and gray mottled stone, veined with something too pale to be root and too orderly to be random. It twisted out of sight, a dark spiral descending into absolute black. The air coming from it was impossibly cold, far colder than the mid-autumn chill outside. It smelled not just of damp earth, but of something deeper, fouler, the scent of things left to spoil in dark places, wet, iron, mildew, and the faintest whisper of decay. I didn't move for a long minute. I just stood there, staring at the descent, trying to explain it away, to piece it into something rational. A mining tunnel, a cave-in, some strange geological feature. But the longer I looked, the more wrong it felt. The spiral was too smooth, too deliberate. The lines etched into the stone, too precise, too rhythmic, like markings made by hand or claw. My fingers, still resting near my belt, had gone numb, and the breath I exhaled steamed visibly in the dead air, curling back around my face like smoke. Then came the sound. It was faint, distant, so soft. I thought it might have been my imagination, but I've trusted my hearing my whole life. And this wasn't just the creak of roots or the settling of dirt. It was lower, rhythmic, like a breath echoing from somewhere far below. Not wind. Breath, wet, deliberate inhales and exhales, paced like sleep or something, imitating sleep. I stepped back instinctively, my boot crunching on something brittle. I looked down. bones. Tiny ones, cleaned and pale, arranged in a shape I didn't recognize. Circular at first glance, but not perfect. Closer to a spiral, a mimicry of what I'd just seen in the rock. Each bone had been placed with care, with deliberate spacing, as if part of some ritual or map. My stomach turned. I crouched slowly, not touching them, just hovering close enough to see that the bones weren't all from the same creature. Some were animal, rabbits, birds, but others were stranger, longer than they should have been, or jointed in the wrong places. The longer I looked, the more wrong they became. A radius that curved like a crescent, a rib that split at both ends, a tiny skull that had too many holes where eyes didn't belong. A pressure built behind my ears then. Not pain exactly, but a rising sensation of being watched from within the earth itself. My spine locked. I rose and turned in one movement, the beam of my headlamp slicing across the slick stone and catching, just for a heartbeat, something at the edge of the descending tunnel movement. A flicker, like a shadow pulling back out of view. I froze, breath held, heart hammering. Nothing, but the cold pressed closer, curling up my legs, crawling beneath my collar, seeping into my bones in a way that made me feel as if the warmth I'd carried into the forest had been stripped from me molecule by molecule. I rubbed at my arms, shivering hard, and staggered back toward the slope of the hole, boots slipping on loose dirt. The tunnel yawned beneath me, wider now somehow, as if it had grown in the minutes I'd stood there. The spiral in the stone walls pulsed faintly under my light, shadows shifting without movement. I didn't want to look at the bones again. I didn't want to look down. I pulled myself out of the hole with scraping fingers, the dirt loose and cold beneath my gloves, the roots slippery as tendon. When I finally rolled free onto the surface again, I lay there for a minute, gasping, staring up at the dimming sky. The trees around me leaned inward slightly, as if listening, and the sound of the wind was gone again, like the forest had been holding its breath. I didn't want to believe I'd seen what I'd seen. I told myself I'd find a logical explanation later, that it was just a sinkhole, just animal bones, just the dark playing tricks on me. But as I stood and turned to look back at the hole, the cold that had touched me below didn't recede. It clung to my back like a wet hand, and in the breathless hush between the wind's return, I swore I heard a sound from deep below, a soft, slow inhalation, like something waking up, and I had the unshakable feeling that I'd stepped across a line no one was meant to find. I didn't sleep that night. I tried, God knows I tried, but every time I closed my eyes I saw that tunnel, yawning open like a wound beneath the skin of the world, and felt again the air crawling up out of it, thick with secrets, and something older than decay. I'd wrapped myself in my sleeping bag under the lean-to, just beyond the edge of the grove, close enough to see the slope where the ground had given way, but far enough to pretend I had left it behind. But the cold never lifted, even with the fire burning low and steady. My breath still misted in front of me, curling and writhing like it was trying to return to the hole. Around midnight, the woods went quiet again. Not peaceful, vacant, the kind of silence that makes your skin crawl with the memory of sound. No owls, no night insects, no distant coyotes, just the steady snap of the fire and the crackle of wood that sounded too loud, like it was betraying me. I stared into the flames until my eyes burned, and then I let them drift to the trees, to the black outline of trunks pressing in from every direction, tall and skeletal, their bare branches scratching faint lines into the stars. The cold spot was still with me. I could feel it, an absence just behind my right shoulder, no matter how I shifted or turned, like a shadow with weight. A pressure. It didn't move, it didn't touch, but it hovered close enough to make every breath feel stolen. By morning, I had convinced myself that fatigue had twisted everything out of proportion, that the bones, the spiral, the tunnel, they were real, sure, but the rest was just exhaustion and the usual tricks of isolation. The forest plays games with your head, especially out here in the Badlands, where everything echoes a little too long and the land itself feels half forgotten. I packed my gear with hands that trembled too easily and hiked back to the hole. It was still there. Still wrong, but something had changed. The arrangement of bones around the edge had been disturbed, not scattered, not broken. Rearranged, the spiral had shifted, slightly more open at the end, as if something had emerged or returned during the night. I crouched beside it, staring hard, counting the bones, trying to remember the precise layout, the angle of the curves. My heart thudded. The soil was soft, freshly disturbed in places that hadn't been the day before. No footprints, no drag marks, just the sense of motion, as if the bones themselves had shifted while I slept. I didn't go back in. I told myself I would. Just not yet. I needed to be sure. I needed more light, more gear, a way to mark the tunnel, so I wouldn't lose my way if I went down too deep. But the truth is, I was scared. Every instinct I had screamed at me to walk away, to leave it buried, and pretend I'd never found it. And yet, I couldn't. Something pulled at me, a whisper beneath the fear, a thread of fascination wrapped in dread. I spent the day circling the area, marking trees, mapping the layout, trying to trace the direction of the tunnel's descent from above ground. But the forest didn't cooperate. Landmarks shifted, paths that seemed straight veered off and curved back toward where I started. A half-fallen tree I passed 3 times without meaning to. The third time there was something new hanging from one of its branches, a charm made of sticks and string, and 2 small bones tied in a cross. My hand hovered near it, but didn't touch. There were symbols scratched into the bark behind it, barely visible. Shallow spirals like those in the tunnel, but cruder, faded with age. I pressed my fingertips to them, feeling the grooves, then stepped back. I didn't like how long the tree seemed to hold my gaze after I turned away. By sunset, the cold had deepened again, not the kind that sinks in with nightfall, but the kind that feels personal. Aimed, the forest watched. I felt it in the brittle way the branches shifted, the way the wind threaded itself around my ears and seemed to whisper syllables I couldn't quite parse. My name? No, not yet. But something close to it, something that wanted to learn how to say it. I built a second fire that night, bigger than before. It did nothing to push back the cold spot. If anything, the flame only seemed to outline it more sharply, as if it gave the thing definition. I wrapped myself tighter, stared into the dark, and waited for the silence to return. And it did. Just after midnight, the fire popped, loud enough to make me jump, and then I heard it. The sound I'd convinced myself I'd imagined the night before, breathing. Slow, steady, wet, not mine. From the trees behind me, where the shadows bent a little too far, and the cold curved like a spine around my ribs, something watched. And below the earth, I felt the spiral waiting. The third day began without sunlight. It wasn't cloudy, exactly, nor storm dark. The sky overhead was visible, pale and smooth like stretched skin, but the light that filtered through it was thin and gray, as if the forest had drawn a veil across the sun. I stood outside the lean-to, coffee cup clutched in both hands for warmth I couldn't feel, and stared into the trees, feeling them breathe around me. The wind didn't rustle the leaves. There were no birds again. The usual sounds of life in the Badlands, the distant chirp of chickadees, the occasional chatter of squirrels were gone. The forest felt paused, or worse, like it was listening. I didn't plan to go back to the hole that morning. I'd told myself I'd scout farther west, try to find some trace of the old burial site. I was supposedly out here to locate something historical, something with records and dates and ground I could touch without it pulling back. But the cold was waiting again, always behind me, always hovering. Every time I moved away from the pit, it tugged at the edge of my coat like a child's hand. Not a pull, just a reminder. By midday, I gave in. It hadn't grown wider, but it felt deeper now. The tunnel yawned in the rock, like a mouth frozen in mid-sentence. I knelt at the edge and peered in, the beam of my flashlight flickering as it touched the downward curve of the spiral. Something had been moving in there. The walls were wet, with fresh streaks, like claw marks drawn through mud. Not deep, not long, but recent. I lowered a weighted rope, this time testing the depth, listening for movement. Nothing answered. Not yet. I clipped in, boots sliding slightly on the stone lip, and began my descent. The temperature dropped with every foot, not gradually. It came in waves, like I was passing through invisible thresholds. My breath turned to fog, then ice, then something else entirely. Something heavier than air that clung to my face like damp cloth. The spiral narrowed, but didn't close. Its smooth, twisting floor sloping like a ribbon wound too tight. And after 20 feet, I reached a landing, barely more than a shelf in the stone. It opened into a chamber, uneven and dim, with low-hanging roots clinging to the ceiling like veins. The flashlight stuttered as I swept it across the space. I saw no movement, no sound but my own pulse in my ears. But the floor, it wasn't empty. Arranged in the center of the chamber was another spiral, much larger than the one above, etched into the ground itself. Not scratched, burned. The blackened grooves pulsed slightly, like old wounds still tender, and within each twist of the spiral lay objects, more bones, bits of fabric, fragments of teeth and nails, all spaced with a ritual precision I didn't want to understand. And in the very center, something gleamed. I stepped closer before I realized I was moving. My boots didn't echo. They pressed into the dirt, like walking on breath. The object was small, metal, partially buried. I reached down with a gloved hand, hesitated, then brushed the soil away. A compass, old, brass. The glass cracked. Familiar. I turned it over, and my stomach knotted. My initials were scratched into the back. I hadn't lost my compass. It was still zipped into my coat pocket, right where it had been all morning. I pulled it free. Same shape, same weight. I held both in my hands and watched the needles spin in opposite directions. Behind me, something whispered. I turned so fast, I nearly lost my footing. Flashlight jerking wildly across the stone walls. Nothing. Just roots. Just shadow. But the cold was inside now, curling beneath my clothes, threading between my ribs. I stuffed the second compass into my bag and backed toward the rope. The spiral on the floor seemed to twitch at the edge of my vision, curling tighter like it was breathing in. As I climbed, hand over hand, the cold followed. I reached the surface breathless, fingers numb though. The trees looked different. Taller, leaner. Wrong. The sky had dimmed again, too soon for dusk, and the forest pressed closer. I could feel it in the tilt of the branches and the hush between each rustle. I packed quickly, hands shaking. That night, I didn't light a fire. I didn't sleep. The cold never left my side. And sometime around 3 a.m, just before the sky lightened again, with that bloodless gray, I heard it, a low, distant howl, long and deliberate, thick with hunger. Not a coyote, not a wolf, something else. It ended with a sound I couldn't name, something like a laugh caught in a growl, and then silence returned. But it didn't feel empty. It felt like something had arrived. I didn't leave. I told myself I should, that it was smart, that whatever was down there, whatever was curling through those spirals, twisting its way upward with breath that sounded too much like memory, wasn't my business. But I didn't leave. I couldn't, not because of courage, and certainly not because I thought I could explain it, but because something in me had already turned toward it, like a compass needle drawn, not north, but into the dark. Day 4 began with frost, thick enough to lace the inside of my tent. Delicate crystal veins stretched across fabric, like spider webs. My breath felt heavy, like I was breathing through cloth soaked in cold water. When I stepped outside, the ground was stiff and silvered, and the sky overhead had paled even further, the clouds pulling themselves thin and high like stretched skin about to tear. The cold spot wasn't just behind me anymore. It was in me. It lived under the skin now, deep in the meat of my shoulders and spine, and even when I turned quickly, nothing was there, but I still felt watched. Not the usual paranoia of a man alone in the woods, not that instinctive twitch when a twig snaps or a branch sways. This was more deliberate, like a mind pressing against mine, curious and patient. I walked without a trail, compass in hand, but neither of them, mine or the one I'd had pulled from the spiral, pointed in the same direction. They spun slow and meaningless, even when I stood still. It was as though the forest no longer had a center, or worse, that it did. And I was moving closer to it. I found the second charm hanging from a pine near what should been the western edge of my map. It was strung higher this time, above eye level, and crafted from bits of antler and what looked like teeth, lashed together with black thread I didn't recognize. This one was fresher, not bleached or aged, still red at the core, and behind it, scratched deeper into the bark, was a symbol I hadn't seen before. Not a spiral, teeth, rows of them, a wide, grinning arc with lines etched between, like they were shivering, a wolf's mouth. I thought at first, but the teeth were too long, too many, and they gleamed faintly in the dim light, catching the gray in a way that made them seem wet. I backed away, not fast, just enough to keep the charm in view, until I was out of its reach. But the forest had shifted again. The air felt heavier. My boots crunched wrong against the frost, like the sound echoed sideways, bouncing off trees that weren't where they'd been before. I turned slowly and saw that the path behind me had narrowed. No, not narrowed. Closed. Branches knitted together where there had been open air, a line of birch trunks where I'd passed through open scrub. The forest was changing, not over time, moment by moment, and always, beneath the branches, beneath the silence. Something watched. I returned to camp, only to find that my lean-to had collapsed. Not from weather, or weight, or wind. The rope had been cut clean through. My supplies were untouched, but my footprints were the only ones in the frost. Or so I thought. Near the collapsed structure, pressed into the dirt beneath where my bedding had been, was a single paw print, too large to be coyote. Wider, sharper, almost canine. But not quite. The claws didn't arc like they should have. They curved sideways, like hooks. I stood over it for a long time, then swept snow over it with my boot. That night, I dug a shallow trench beside what remained of the fire pit. Not for warmth, but to put my back to something solid. I didn't sleep. I barely blinked. The trees groaned overhead. Windless, the sky refused to clear, and sometime in the middle hours, just before the darkest point of night, I saw eyes between the trunks. They didn't shine. They glimmered like glass teeth in a black mouth, 2 points of light, too high off the ground, motionless, and I couldn't move, not from fear, not entirely. It was as though the cold itself had reached up from the dirt, wrapped itself around my legs, and poured into my chest, thick and paralyzing. My heart still beat, my lungs still filled, but I could not move. The glimmer vanished, after what felt like hours, and then a whisper, not a voice. Not yet, but something close to one, like sound forming, in a mouth that wasn't built for speech. It came from the hole, so I lit a torch, grabbed the old compass, and turned back toward the spiral in the earth, knowing I wouldn't return the same. If I returned at all, the spiral no longer waited to be found. It had become part of the forest's rhythm now, threading itself into every path I took, every clearing I passed through. Wherever I turned, I saw echoes of it, on the bark of trees, in the circling migration of crows overhead, even in the slow, nauseating arc of frost crystals blooming across the surface of my canteen. The spiral wasn't just a symbol. It was a pattern the woods had begun to speak in, and I had started to understand it, not with reason, but with something deeper, something older. I returned to the hole before dawn, torch in one hand, the old compass in the other. The forest did not try to stop me. It guided. Trees leaned away just slightly. The path did not vanish this time. It unfolded. The entrance was unchanged, still puckered like a wound in the earth. But I could feel the cold rising more fiercely now, pulsing against the skin of my face like breath. Not just ambient chill, this cold moved. It pressed and withdrew like it was testing me. My torch flickered when I held it too close. I descended. This time, the spiral did not tighten as quickly. The tunnel opened wider, and the roots overhead seemed to shimmer faintly in the firelight, as though slick with morning dew, though the air was too dry for that. The stone underfoot felt soft in places, yielding, like flesh that remembered warmth. I kept my eyes forward. I knew, somehow, not to look behind me. The second chamber had changed. The spiral etched into the floor had expanded, grown not in complexity, but in presence. It was deeper now, its black grooves filled with something darker than ash, something that shimmered when I looked at it from the corner of my eye, but turned to shadow when I stared directly. The objects within it had changed too. The bones were gone. In their place lay belongings, personal things, a cracked watch, a child's shoe, a knife with a name carved into the hilt. Lenda, the letters uneven, done by hand, each item placed with care, arranged along the curves, as if waiting to be claimed. My name wasn't there, not yet, but I felt its absence like a held breath. And in the center of the spiral now, something pulsed, not a light, not a flame, a presence, something that bent the air above it, distorted the torchlight like heat rising off asphalt. I stepped forward before I could stop myself. My breath fogged and fell, pulled toward it like smoke in a draft. I heard the whisper again. This time, it wasn't shapeless. It was a word stretched and strained like it had been dragged across stones. G-or, G. It wasn't my voice, but it was shaped like mine. I turned slowly. The tunnel behind me was no longer empty. At first, I thought it was just a shadow, some trick of the flickering torch, some flaw in the curve of the stone. But it moved when I didn't. It leaned, not forward, but around, like it was slipping along the walls instead of walking. And then, in the faint glimmer of reflected firelight, I saw them. Teeth. Too many. Far too many. Gleaming, as though wet, as though smiling. I couldn't move, the cold wrapped tight, rooting me to the floor. The spiral beneath my feet pulsed once more, stronger now, and the presence in the center swelled with it, rising like a breath taken before a scream. And then the creature, no, the thing stepped forward. It wasn't a wolf. Not anymore, if it ever had been. It had outgrown the shape. The Glimmerfang, I remembered, that was the name whispered in the folk stories. The one I'd half laughed off when I first came to Deadwood. Ghost wolf. Spirit-fanged, said to feed not on flesh, but on fear, memory, identity. And yet, there it was. My fur slick as oil, teeth catching the light in ways that made them seem crystalline, prismatic, eyes that weren't eyes, but mirrors reflecting not my face, but my mistakes, every one of them. Every silence I'd let grow too long, every lie I told to keep myself safe. My torch went out. I didn't scream. I couldn't. The cold in my lungs had turned solid, frozen my breath in place. My hand groped blindly for the compass in my pocket, but both were gone. Both. Mine and the one from the spiral. And then in the dark, I felt the spiral beneath me begin to turn. Not literally, not yet, but in the shape of thought, in the rhythm of my pulse. My sense of time warped. Minutes stretched like days. The cold began to hum. I knew if I stayed too long, it'd be etched into the pattern too. Just another name whispered on the wind, another belonging laid in the dark. I ran, or thought I did. My body moved. I felt the strain in my legs, the burning in my chest, but the tunnel stretched in front of me, endless and familiar. The Glimmerfang did not chase. It didn't have to. When I finally stumbled out into the air, the forest had gone utterly still. I collapsed beside the hole, gasping, scraping frost from my throat. The sky overhead remained the same flat gray, but darker now, almost bruised. My hands shook. My skin felt thinner, like something had been peeled away inside the tunnel, and the wind now scraped against nerves instead of flesh. My name still echoed in my ears, but I couldn't remember if it sounded right. The frost didn't melt that day, not even as the sun fought to claw its way through the veil of colorless clouds. It hung there, motionless, a pale disk, barely able to touch the treetops. The world had dimmed around me. Every step I took away from the spiral hole felt unconvincing, like the forest watched and waited, certain I would return, as though I'd left something behind. The truth is, I wasn't sure I had ever left at all. By noon, the cold had begun to rot. There's no other word for it. The air still sliced at my skin, but now it carried a scent, dank and coppery, like wet rust or meat kept too long in a sealed jar. It clung to my clothes, seeped into the threads of my sleeping bag, tainted my water until it tasted like pennies. The forest, too, had gone quieter. No birds, no wind. Even the trees stood differently now, their limbs frozen mid-sway as if caught listening. That night, I didn't try to sleep. I sat with my back to a rock wall near a ridge I hadn't marked on any map. It jutted from the ground like a blackened tooth, its sides etched with unnatural lines, straight cuts too deep for erosion, too deliberate for weather. There were symbols, but they changed when I tried to trace them with my eyes. One blink, and they were spirals. Another, they were rows of glimmering teeth, always smiling. I should have gone home, but I didn't. Because the map had started whispering, not audibly. At least, not yet. But when I unrolled it that evening to try and find the ridge, I saw something I hadn't drawn. A circle etched in faded ink, around a clearing, deeper into the forest, one I had never entered. One that had no trail, leading in or out. The ink was the same shade as the old compass, the one I'd lost in the spiral tunnel. A dark, bruised red. The map wanted me to go, and I went. I don't remember walking there. Only the sensation of movement, the way the branches seemed to lean just out of my way, how my feet found ground even in places that should have been too steep or too slick to cross. It was like stepping through a memory I didn't own. The clearing was empty, perfectly circular. The trees along the edge grew straighter than any I'd seen in this warped wilderness, tall and thin and white as bone, with no bark, no leaves and no sound. Snow didn't fall here, wind didn't breathe. It was a silence so pure it pressed against the insides of my ears. In the center was a pile of bones, arranged in a spiral. Not like before, not random. This was a design, a diagram. Small bones first, arranged like petals of a flower, then larger ones spiraling outward. Ribs, femurs, the split arc of a skull. Every piece placed with reverence, with purpose. And in the very center, something waited. It wasn't an object. Not exactly. More like a stain, a shape burned into the soil. A mark too deep to be brushed away. It pulsed beneath the bones with a light that wasn't light. Something gray and wet and shifting like oil under glass. When I stepped closer, my breath stopped moving. My chest rose, but nothing came in. I could still hear my heartbeat, but it sounded distant, muffled as though underwater. Then I saw it again, the Glimmerfang. It didn't move from the tree line. It didn't need to. It watched, always watched. Its teeth caught the half-light from that strange oily glow, and I could feel them on my skin. Those shining, terrible fangs like knives made of mirrors, cutting without ever touching. My knees gave. I landed on the edge of the spiral, my hand brushing bone. It was warm, Behind me, I heard breath, not mine, low and deliberate, drawn through jaws that didn't need lungs. The cold that had followed me, like a shadow, now poured into the clearing with weight, with purpose. Something inside the spiral clicked, not a sound I should have been able to hear, not from bones, but it happened, like something had locked into place. The spiral was not a symbol. It was a door, and I had just opened it. There was no noise, no burst of light or shift in the wind, but the forest changed steadily. The sky grew darker. Despite the time, my hands shook. Without cold, my skin itched with static. Behind me, the Glimmerfang vanished, but its presence did not. It lingered in the air like fog, thick and wet and sharp, with something ancient. I staggered to my feet, and that's when I heard it, a second whisper. From below, not my name, a scream cut short. Swallowed. Someone else was down there, and they had just remembered they weren't alone. The scream didn't echo. It folded into the earth, like a breath drawn too deep, swallowed whole by the spiral's center. I stood frozen, my feet just inches from the place where bones had begun to sink, one by one, into the soil, like the ground beneath had grown hungry. Each piece disappeared with a soft sound, like a match struck underwater, leaving nothing behind but the shape they'd once occupied. The clearing itself darkened without losing light. The shadows grew thicker, deeper, as if they had learned how to feed. I couldn't move, not because of fear, though that clung to me like a second skin, but because something in my chest had turned, like a compass needle caught in a magnetic snare, spinning wildly. My sense of direction twisted. Forward felt backward, up somehow pressed down. I took a step, and the world moved with me. The spiral beneath my boots shifted, but not in the way stone should. It flexed, it yielded like flesh, or old rope stretched too far. I staggered back, but the clearing hadn't changed. Only the way it watched. I could feel it, not just from the trees, but from the very soil, as if the earth itself had eyes. My name pulsed once more beneath the surface, not spoken aloud, but felt like a bruise pressed too hard. The whisper was closer now, but thinner, frayed at the edges like old thread. Then came the cold, not the creeping chill of winter, but a sudden plunging cold that punched into my lungs and hollowed them out. I doubled over, gasping, and saw the frost bloom again. This time across the surface of the spiral, across my arms, my chest, the edges of my vision. The Glimmerfang did not return, not fully, but I saw its trace, a shimmer in the tree line, like breath caught in moonlight, a shift in the snow where no foot had touched, the gleam of teeth without face or fur. I shut my eyes, but its image burned behind my lids. Those teeth, those mirrors of bone and shame. When I opened them, I was no longer in the clearing. I was beneath it. The descent hadn't been felt. One blink, and I was inside a tunnel carved smooth by something that didn't believe in tools. The walls pulsed faintly, veins of red and gray coiling just beneath the surface, like something barely buried alive. I looked behind me. There was nothing, just darkness, too thick for light to enter, too absolute for thought to touch. Ahead, the tunnel curved. Of course it did. Always, the spiral. My boots moved. I didn't tell them to. The floor beneath wasn't stone anymore. Not entirely. It had give. Like walking across the belly of something sleeping, and the air down here. Gods, the air, it moved with a will, slipping into my ears and lungs, bringing with it whispers too low to understand, and yet impossibly familiar. My own voice. But younger, afraid. I passed walls lined with more bones, not arranged, not placed, but grown, fused into the rock like tumors, each skull half swallowed by mineral and root. Some stared, some grinned. One, impossibly, whispered, "Don't remember." The sound didn't belong to it. The jaw didn't move. But the voice was unmistakable. My father's. He had vanished in these woods. When I was 10, I stepped back. My heel struck something soft. I turned. There's, it was me. Myself? Crumpled, mouth agape in a silent scream, eyes gone black, not dead, not breathing, but present, like a memory that had found flesh. I recoiled. The figure didn't vanish. It began to twitch. Then I heard footsteps. Not from ahead, not from behind, from above. On the ceiling, something moved across the stone with the rhythm of a crawl, but the sound was wrong. Too many limbs, too little weight. Scraping, then stopping. Scraping, then stillness. I didn't look up. I couldn't. The walls began to narrow. The air thickened. The whisper returned. Closer. The tunnel bent again. Sharper this time. Tighter, as if funneling me toward a point not meant to be reached. The further I walked, the less I felt my body. My limbs dulled, like they belonged to someone else. My thoughts frayed. I began to forget how long I had been walking. Whether I'd slept, whether I'd eaten, time nodded. At some point, I passed an archway, grown not built, made of two twisted trunks that bled sap the color of pitch. The moment I stepped beneath it, the air changed again, not colder, not heavier, emptier. Everything went still, and then I heard it, a sound I hadn't heard since childhood. A lullaby, one my mother used to hum while making tea in winter. The notes came from every direction. A melody distorted, stretched across stone and bone, and the shrill echo of the Glimmerfang's breath. But she was dead. Had been for years. Still, the voice was hers, and it sang just for me. At the end of the tunnel, I saw a light, but it was not warm. It flickered like flame, but made no sound. It illuminated nothing. The shadows near it only deepened. I took a step forward, and behind me, all at once, Every whisper I'd heard so far spoke together. My name. Again and again and again. And none of them belonged to me. I knew before I stepped through the light that I would not return whole. Something in me had already unraveled. The moment I crossed the spiral's edge, perhaps even before that, in the moment I saw the bones shaped like a door, some quiet thread inside my thoughts had snapped clean and soft, like a root sliced under a blade, and now with that flickering, unnatural glow before me, I understood this wasn't the end of the tunnel. It was the beginning of something far older, something that fed on the idea of ends. The air past the arch was wrong. It didn't move, didn't resist, didn't stir. It simply existed, thick, motionless, a kind of void that filled every inch of space without touching it. My skin crawled, not from cold, not from heat, but from a terrible neutrality, like a mouth that never blinked, never swallowed, just waited. The room, if it could be called that, was circular. Of course it was. And impossibly wide. The ceiling disappeared into a canopy of roots that trembled slightly in a breeze I couldn't feel. The ground was stone, and yet it beat with the slow, faint pulse of something living. At the center of the chamber stood a grave, but not a normal grave. It wasn't dug or marked. It was a mound of antlers, dozens, hundreds of them, tangled and fused, forming a kind of crude altar. Some were old, chalk white, and brittle. Others were fresh, red at the tips, as if torn from the skull's moments before. The mound pulsed too, faintly, in rhythm with the ground beneath my feet. I don't know how long I stood there. It was the whisper that broke the silence, not from the walls, not from the tunnel, from within me. Dig. The word echoed inside my bones. I didn't speak it. I didn't hear it in my ears. It came from somewhere deeper, some place thought shouldn't reach. I wanted to run, to turn and flee back through the tunnel, but I knew it would be gone. I knew the spiral would have folded in on itself. That was its nature. So I stepped forward. Each step toward the antler mound was harder than the last. The air pressed in on me, thickening with each footfall until I felt like I was wading through syrup. I reached the edge, and the smell hit me. Not rot, not decay. Something sweeter, like meat left too long in honey. Cloying and wet. I knelt. My fingers brushed the antlers. They were dry. They were warm. With trembling hands, I reached between the tines, felt along their twisted, bramble-like intersections, and pulled. Something moved beneath them, not dirt, not wood. A surface, soft, smooth and cold as riverstone. And as I uncovered it, breath caught in my throat. It was a mask, porcelain, cracked at the edges, shaped like a wolf's face. Its teeth were carved with delicate care, each one etched in shining silver. I knew the moment I saw it. This was the face of the Glimmerfang, and it had been buried. A sudden wind tore through the chamber, screaming through the roots above, and every antler on the mound clattered like bones tossed in a bag. The mask shimmered with light, not from the room but from within itself, a silver radiance that twisted and writhed like flame underwater. I couldn't stop. My hands lifted it. The moment I touched the inside, I saw not memories, not dreams, but truths. Terrible, luminous truths that bled into my vision. I saw a village that once stood where deadwood now rots, its people worshipping not a god, but a wound in the world. I saw a creature born of fear and silence, summoned in the shape of a wolf because that's what they feared most in the night. I saw bones arranged as prayers. I saw myself, over and over again, returning to this place, never remembering, always forgetting. A cycle that fed the spiral. I saw my name carved into the roots of the trees, and I saw the Glimmerfang's eyes open. They weren't eyes. Not really. Just voids shaped like them. Twin wells of absence, and within them, reflected perfectly, were my own. Staring back, it whispered again, "Wear me." I screamed, but no sound came. The mask was in my hands, but I couldn't drop it. My fingers had fused to its edges, bound by something deeper than flesh. I staggered back, but the chamber shifted to follow me, the walls bending, the roots drawing closer. From above, something dropped. Not the Glimmerfang. Me. A version of me I didn't recognize, draped in furs, blood smeared across his brow, the mask already on his face. He landed on all fours, like a beast, teeth bared. Not the silver ones of the mask, but real ones, rotted and sharp. He howled. The sound shook the chamber. The roots recoiled, and somewhere in the dark, 1,000 voices screamed in answer. I turned to run, but the spiral had returned. On the floor, on the walls, on the ceiling, burned into the very air. There was no direction left, only the turn, always turning, always folding in. The cold came back, stronger than ever, and this time it entered me. I dropped to my knees. The mask fell beside me, but now it had no weight. It slid across the floor like smoke and rose to meet my face on its own. I tried to scream again, and that's when I heard it. Not from the mask, not from the chamber, not from the spirals. The wind through the roots above, whispering softly. It said my name, and it wasn't me. Story 4. I don't remember when the trail stopped looking familiar. It was as if, somewhere between the third rusted marker, nailed into the trunk of a tilting pine, and the crumbling stone outcropping, where my brother once swore he saw a lynx. The forest had quietly closed its hand around me, and I hadn't noticed until the path beneath my boots gave way to a patchwork of knotted roots and skeletal ferns. There was no sound but the soft grind of my footsteps on damp earth. No light but the weak, jittering beam of my flashlight, which flinched every time it swept across something that didn't look quite right. The trees here were older than they had any right to be, misshapen giants with swollen limbs and bark, the color of rotting teeth, crowding the trail so closely they seemed to whisper over me. And then I saw it. I had just stepped around the husk of a broken birch, my hand brushing its curling paper skin, when the light caught a strange bulge on the trunk of the tree directly ahead of me. At first, I thought it was fungus, a burl, maybe, or one of those grotesque deformities where insects had burrowed deep and the wood had grown over their nests like scar tissue. But as the light shifted, the shape took on unbearable clarity. It was a face, not carved, not imagined in shadow. It was part of the tree itself, grown into the grain, like a fossil, trapped in amber. The features were stretched grotesquely, warped along the natural lines of the bark, but still unmistakable. A wide, open mouth frozen mid-scream, lips twisted back over gums that had no teeth. The eyes, God, the eyes were small and sunken, heavy-lidded, as though dragged down by centuries of grief. And as I stared, the bark beneath them glistened, sap, thick, black, and slow, oozed from the corners of the eyes like tears, viscous enough to gather and drip in fat, deliberate drops that struck the moss below with a sound like wet ticks. The air was colder here, not a breeze, not a wind, but a sudden absence of warmth, as if something vast and hollow had drawn in a long, slow breath and forgotten to let it out. I took a step back without meaning to, my boot slipping on a patch of slick roots, and the light wavered. For a moment, in that jitter of the beam, the face seemed to move. Only a twitch, a tightening around the lips, an almost imperceptible narrowing of the eyes, but it was enough to send a hot spike of fear lancing through my chest, tightening behind my ribs. I knew with the unreasonable certainty that comes only in dreams and fever that this tree had once been someone, that it had known pain, that it was still in pain, that it saw me. The forest was silent, not just quiet. Silent, the kind of silence that presses in against your eardrums and makes your own blood sound too loud. Even the insects were gone. No rustle of leaves, no distant call of a night bird. Only that soft, rhythmic drip of sap. I should have turned around then. I should have walked back the way I came, even if the path had vanished behind me, even if the trees would not let me go. But I couldn't look away. My hand lifted, as if guided by something not entirely my own, and reached toward the face. The bark was wet and rough under my fingertips, the sap clinging like oil. It was cold, colder than it should have been. And the moment I touched it, the forest seemed to breathe in again, as though bracing for something. A whisper brushed against my ear, so soft I might have imagined it, so close I could feel the chill of it on my skin. "Help me." I staggered back, nearly dropping the flashlight. The beam skittered across the underbrush, catching nothing but roots and darkness. And when I turned it back to the tree, the face remained unmoving, bleeding, watching. The whisper came again. Not from behind, not from beside me. From within the tree, Mary. My name, drawn out in a broken exhale, as though the bark itself had grown lungs and was learning how to use them. I ran. I didn't care if I tripped or fell or crashed into something lurking in the dark. I ran until my breath burned and my legs turned to water, and still the trees did not thin, did not yield. They only closed in tighter, closer, whispering in voices I couldn't understand, voices that bled into the sound of my own thoughts until I couldn't tell where they ended and I began. But I knew this much: the face in the bark had been real, and it knew me. Branches clawed at my jacket as I pushed forward, breath shallow, limbs aching, the forest folding in like a closing fist. But I didn't stop, not even when I stumbled, not when I heard the tree behind me groan like an old door straining against its hinges. The name it whispered clung to the inside of my skull, echoing with a strange weight, as though the woods themselves had known me long before I ever stepped beneath their canopy. I kept the flashlight raised in front of me, its beam wobbling with every step, illuminating trunks that looked too narrow, too crooked, their bark flayed into strange, ragged strips that fluttered in windless air, like dead skin peeling from bone. Somewhere far behind, the faint drip, drip of sap still echoed. I don't know how long I ran before the world seemed to shift beneath my feet. The ground softened, sloped, twisted in subtle but disorienting ways that made each step feel like it bent gravity just slightly off-center. I fell once, maybe twice, and when I finally slowed, too winded to run, too frightened to think, I found myself somewhere I didn't recognize, not that I ever had. There was no path, no moss-covered markers, no sounds but the rasp of my own breath and the soft crackle of leaves underfoot. I spun slowly, flashlight casting pale arcs through fog that had begun to seep between the trees, thick, low-hanging tendrils that coiled around my legs like smoke, cold and damp. And then I saw the grove, a wide clearing, opened up ahead, ringed by trees older and taller than any I had seen before, their trunks bloated and bulging, as if struggling to contain something just beneath the bark. The ground here was different. Bare, damp soil veined with dark roots that formed twisted, unnatural shapes. I stepped forward reluctantly, and my boot sank with a wet squelch. That's when I noticed the bleeding, every tree around the grove, weeping from splits and slashes in their bark. Thick black-red sap oozed freely, trailing down like open wounds, steaming faintly in the cold air. It smelled awful, not just of sap and rot, but something coppery and wrong, like old blood left too long in the sun. The air was thick with it, heavy, almost sweet. I held my sleeve to my face, gagging, and that's when I heard it. A whisper faint and ragged, threading through the silence like a needle. "He's here." I spun around. The whisper hadn't come from behind. It had come from everywhere, from above, from the roots, from the trees themselves. My flashlight trembled in my hand as I swept it around the clearing, searching for movement, for shape, for anything. And then the ground beneath me sighed. No other word fits. It sighed, deep and low and wet, like breath through waterlogged lungs. A slow ripple passed through the soil, roots shifting, writhing, the shape of them forming something that might have been letters. For just a moment, before they dissolved again, I took a shaky step back. Another whisper. He's watching. My mouth was dry. My heartbeat was thunder. In my ears, I aimed the flashlight at the base of the largest tree, the one in the center of the grove. It was enormous, its bark darker than the rest, its trunk warped in a way that made it look almost ribbed, like a torso stretched and frozen. As I got closer, I realized it was hollow. The opening at its base yawned wide and low, like a mouth mid-breath, lined with tangled roots, like crooked teeth. The beam of my flashlight barely pierced the interior, swallowed by a darkness too thick to be natural. The smell was worse here, sweet and cloying and filled with rot. I stepped closer, just one more step. Something moved inside. A whisper, loud now, too loud, blew past my ear like a scream buried in silk. Mary. I fell backward, scrambling on hands and knees, the flashlight flying from my grip and spinning wildly across the grove before landing beam up, illuminating the thick, oily fog curling overhead. I scrambled toward it, fingers clawing through wet leaves and slick roots, and grabbed it just as something, somewhere, snapped. A tree cracked, loud and close, as if something massive had leaned against it with all its weight. I didn't wait. I ran again, this time without looking back, stumbling blindly into the dark, the whispers chasing me like wolves, growing louder and more chaotic with every step. They spoke in tongues, in sobs, in laughter, and in voices I recognized but couldn't place. My brother's voice. You shouldn't have come. And just beneath it, something lower, feral, and wrong. Breathing, heavy, close, hungry. I don't know how far I ran, but when I stopped, bent double and gasping, I was alone again, surrounded by trees that leaned in too close, their bark wet with tears, and behind me, the path had vanished completely. I awoke to silence that didn't feel empty, but full, so dense. It pressed against the skin, wormed into the ears, and made each breath feel like it had to carve its way out of stone. I hadn't meant to sleep. I didn't remember falling asleep. One moment I had collapsed with my back to a moss-slick boulder, flashlight clutched so tightly my fingers ached, and the next I was blinking in the dull, ash-colored light of early morning, or what passed for morning in these woods, where the canopy choked out the sun and left the sky the color of bruised parchment. The trail, or whatever, twisted imitation of one I had stumbled along, was gone. In its place, a sprawl of roots and brambles stretched like veins beneath the earth's cracked skin. The trees around me had shifted again. I could tell their trunks weren't where they had been before, and now they leaned just slightly inward, the tips of their highest limbs almost touching, forming a gnarled crown above my head. I stood slowly, every joint stiff, throat dry, heart still galloping, from dreams I couldn't quite remember, but I knew they had been bad. I could feel their fingerprints lingering in my chest, the phantom sensation of teeth, of breath on my neck, of voices whispering things I had no words for. My flashlight was dead. I tapped it, shook it, opened the back to check the batteries. Nothing. The bulb had dimmed during the night, until it finally went dark. And now it was just another useless piece of plastic. I stuffed it in my pack and looked around, but the forest had swallowed any landmarks that might have anchored me. There were no familiar rocks, no oddly shaped trees, no cairns or trail marks, just endless woods, cold, dark, and breathing. I turned toward what felt like the least hostile direction and started walking. It wasn't long before I noticed the trees watching me again, not with faces, not like before, not yet, but with a certain intention. They groaned as I passed. Deep within their trunks, a low and yawning sound like old bones shifting. Branches creaked overhead without wind, casting long, clawed shadows that twitched like fingers. And then, ahead of me, something glinted, metal, shining faintly through the veil of mist that had started to gather again. I approached cautiously, heart thudding, the air colder with every step. The object was half buried in the dirt at the base of a willow, nestled in a tangle of roots. It was a compass. I reached down, brushing off the damp earth. It was old, antique maybe, but intact. The glass cloudy but unbroken, the needle spun wildly, twitching and jerking in every direction before stopping, trembling and pointing not north, but toward the tree. I lifted my eyes. There, on the trunk, carved deep and uneven, was a symbol, a spiral, crude, but unmistakable. Black sap seeped from the edges of the carving, thick as tar, and it pulsed as I watched. Once, twice, like a heartbeat. The whispering returned, faint at first, indistinct, but this time, they didn't seem to come from around me. They came from inside me, from behind my ears, from the base of my skull, from the hollow of my chest. Not voices exactly, but thoughts that weren't mine, crowding in like ants under skin. He's close now. I backed away from the tree, holding the compass out in front of me like a shield, but it offered no protection. The whispering only grew louder, and with it came something else. A sound beneath the sound, a dragging, a scraping, distant but growing closer, something heavy, something hungry. I turned and ran, but the forest had changed again. Where there had been roots, now there were stones, slick, jagged, and sharp. I tripped, tore open my palms, scrambled forward. The trees blurred past me, their trunks warping, twisting, faces forming just beneath the surface, open-mouthed, hollow-eyed, some screaming, some weeping. I didn't stop. I didn't dare. Not until I stumbled into another clearing, this one smaller, ringed with trees so black they seemed burned. In the center stood a deadfall, a massive heap of tangled branches and torn limbs. Something was buried beneath it. I could see cloth, torn, muddied, a sleeve, My stomach dropped. I approached slowly, heart climbing into my throat. Each step felt like it took hours. I reached out. The hand shot out of the pile. Clawed. Gray. Wrong. It grabbed my wrist, and the touch burned. Not hot, but cold. So cold it seared through skin and muscle. I screamed, pulled, kicked, fell backward into the wet dirt as the thing emerged from the branches. Not a person, not anymore. It had been once. It wore the tattered remains of a flannel jacket, jeans rotting and clinging to withered limbs, and its face was like the tree, twisted, silent, screaming, but its mouth opened, wide and slow, and it spoke in a voice made of splinters and smoke. You're already part of it. I ran. I didn't look back, not even when it called my name again, dragging it out like something dying. Moth Ari. And somewhere beneath the wind, beneath the breath of the trees, beneath the pulse in my ears, I heard the sound of claws on bark. The Black Fang horror was awake. There are some sounds that the body remembers more deeply than the mind. I couldn't describe the growl. It was too low, too wide, too full of old hunger. But I knew, with marrow-deep certainty, that it belonged to something that wasn't meant to be found in this world. That growl followed me now, echoing in ways that bent the trees around it, dragging behind like mist in its wake. I ran until I tasted blood, not knowing where I was going, only that I had to move, to keep from becoming part of whatever this was. The trees grew denser, their trunks closer together than seemed possible, bark pressed like ribs against one another. Their limbs knotted above me in a canopy so tight it blocked all but a sickly gray glow. The forest narrowed to a throat, and I passed through it like something being swallowed. The cold deepened. It wasn't the cold of nightfall or winter, but something older, primordial. It sank into my bones and made my breath come out in thick, shivering plumes. Each exhale felt like a scream being stifled, and the trees, they were leaning now, visibly so, craning toward me like curious onlookers, or mourners at a wake. The whispering was constant, some of it behind me, some of it in my head. They said things I refused to understand. He is inside the roots. He gnaws at the spine of the world. You carry the book, and the book carries him. That last one made me stop. The book. I don't remember packing it. I didn't think I had, but there it was, wedged in the side of my pack, cold even through the fabric. I fumbled for it, hands numb, and pulled it free. It was small, leather-bound, etched with something that looked like writing, but shifted when I tried to read it. A spine without a title, a cover that felt like old skin. I flipped it open. The pages were blank. Then, as I watched, lines began to form, words etched in some dark ink that bled up from the fibers, not written, but grown. The letters writhed slightly, resisting stillness, but I could make out a few lines. The trail does not lead out. The trail is the mouth. He waits beyond memory. I slammed the book shut, and nearly threw it into the trees, but my fingers wouldn't obey. I couldn't let go. It was stuck to me, somehow. Part of me, or I was part of it. Movement to my left. A shadow, not cast by light, but carved out of the air itself, slipped between two trees, tall, thin, wrong, in every proportion. I didn't get a full look. Only the sensation of something watching, of teeth behind eyes. I ran again, this time blindly, stumbling down a sudden incline that opened into a hollow, choked with fallen trees and thick moss. The sky above was a solid slate. No sun, no direction. I slipped, crashed to my knees, and found myself staring at something, half buried in the mud. A shoe. My brother's. I knew it without question. The frayed laces, the split sole, the faded logo. I'd bought it for him years ago. My stomach turned. I reached out, brushed aside the muck, and uncovered more jeans, a torn flannel shirt, a pale wrist, but a chawed tit. The limb disintegrated into a swarm of black flies, bursting into the air with a sound like static and whispers, retreating into the trees. I scrambled back, heart pounding so loud I thought it might shake loose from my chest. Then I heard something worse than the growl. Laughter. Low. Gravelly. Wet. Not joyful. Not human. A voice that had never known kindness. It came from behind me. I turned, and there it stood. The Black Fang horror, tall as a man, but built like something that had once seen a man and tried to become one. Its body was a patchwork of sinew and shadow, fur matted with gore and leaves. Its face was elongated, almost lupine, but the jaw unhinged too far, showing rows of blackened fangs that pulsed faintly with some inner rot. Eyes like burned holes in paper stared back at me. No expression, no mercy, just void. It didn't move. It didn't have to. I backed away, breath-catching, trying to find an escape that didn't exist. The horror tilted its head slightly, then opened its mouth and sang. Not music, not words, just a low, keening tone that seemed to vibrate my bones. It sank into the forest, and the trees answered, bending and creaking, shedding bark in long strips, like something shedding skin. The whispers turned into a chorus, rising in pitch and frenzy. I turned and fled again, and this time, the forest ran with me. Branches snapped without reason. Roots lifted from the ground. The path behind me crumbled, as if chewed up by unseen mouths. The horror's song chased me, a hum soaked in malice. I don't know how I found the cabin. It appeared suddenly, hunched and broken in a glade I hadn't seen before. Old, abandoned. Its roof sagged like a wounded beast, its windows covered with yellowed paper and nailed boards, but it was shelter, and right now that was enough. I slammed the door shut behind me and shoved a fallen beam across it, hands shaking. Inside, the air was stale with mildew and old smoke. Dust hung thick in the air, disturbed only by my trembling breath. There were no lights, only the gray light from a shattered window. And in the center of the room, on a rotting table, sat another book. Its cover was identical to mine, but this one was open, and the pages weren't blank. They showed me, running, screaming, searching, holding the book, and just beneath the final illustration, my eyes wide, mouth open, about to scream, were 4 words, etched in blood. "He's inside you now." The cabin groaned around me. Not from the wind, there was none, but from something deeper, older, something embedded in the bones of the walls. It was a sound that felt like it came from beneath the floorboards, a slow, stretching ache, as though the building itself had been holding its breath too long and was now exhaling. I stepped back from the table, unable to tear my eyes away from the book. The illustration on the final page hadn't changed, but it pulsed faintly, as if drawn with something still warm. My reflection in the glass of the broken window shimmered just slightly, like it was lagging behind me by a second. I whispered my brother's name, half-formed, half-choked. "Caleb?" No answer, only the settling of the cabin and the windless press of the woods outside. But the name left my mouth like a scent, like bait, and the forest heard it. I could feel the trees lean closer, the dark between them deepen. Whatever lived out there, whatever had taken Caleb and carved faces into bark and bled voices into the roots, had heard me say his name, and it would not forget it. I moved through the cabin cautiously, fingers grazing walls smeared with soot and moisture. Most of the furniture was collapsed under its own rot. An iron stove in the corner held the bones of old fires, and beside it, the remnants of what might have once been a mattress lay sunken and torn, mouse nests and mold claiming the remains. There was no other door, just the one I came through. But there was a trap door. I saw it when my foot hit a hollow part of the floor. A dull knock that echoed too long. A square outline, nearly hidden beneath a sagging rug. I pulled it aside, revealing a rusted iron ring set into the wood. Everything in me screamed not to open it, but I was already moving, already gripping the ring with shaking fingers, already lifting. The hinges shrieked. A staircase descended into blackness, not darkness, but blackness, thick and oily, a depth that light did not dare enter. The smell hit me first, damp, sweet, rot, old blood, and the sharp tang of iron and moss. I waited at the edge, listening. No sound came from below, no breathing, no shifting, but I heard the trees again. Not through the walls, in the walls, wood warped and settled, carrying whispers like veins carry blood. Down is where the trail ends. I descended. The stairs moaned beneath me, each step sagging under the weight of something heavier than just my body. It felt like I was being pulled downward, like the very gravity of the forest had shifted to funnel everything into this hidden cellar. My flashlight, long dead, flared suddenly in my pocket. I yanked it free. The beam was weak, flickering. But it worked. For now, the room below was round, the walls cut from the earth, and reinforced with stone and rotting timbers. Symbols covered every surface. Spirals, eyes, teeth, repeated in frantic, overlapping patterns, as though whoever had lived here had tried to paint their way out of madness with a language no sane mind could translate. In the center of the floor was a pit, a circle carved into the dirt, maybe 6 feet wide, ringed with bones animal, mostly, but some larger, human-sized. The pit was full of that same black sap I'd seen bleed from the trees, and it shifted when the light touched it. Not like liquid, but like skin. Something moved beneath it. I didn't breathe, didn't blink. Then, from behind me, Mary. I turned so fast, I nearly fell into the pit. Caleb stood at the base of the stairs, pale and ragged, eyes wide and wet, with something that wasn't entirely human. He looked exhausted, as though he'd been awake for years, watching things no one should see. His mouth trembled. "Don't listen to them," he whispered. I tried to speak, to reach out, but the words tangled in my throat. They found me. I didn't mean to read it. I just wanted to find the trail again. Behind him, the cellar door slammed shut on its own. The flashlight flickered. Caleb looked up at me, and for a moment, just a heartbeat. His eyes were black. He smiled, not Caleb's smile, and then he stepped back into the shadows, dissolving like mist into the walls. The pit bubbled. From within it, a voice rose, not spoken aloud, but whispered into the folds of my brain, threading itself into the soft parts of my mind. "You've seen the end. Now bring it back." I backed away from the pit, from the madness, from the hunger that pressed against me from all sides. I scrambled back up the stairs, breath wild and chest tight, the forest's whispers now screaming in my head. The book was gone from the table, but another lay on the bed of the ruined mattress. Smaller, newer. It was open to a page. Halfway through, my name was written in red across the top. The sky above the cabin had turned the color of old ash, the kind that clung to burned wood long after the fire had died. No stars, no moon, just a roiling ceiling of gray, bruised clouds that pressed close to the treetops, thick and low, as if trying to smother the forest beneath. I didn't remember the sun setting, but the light had gone. The door was still blocked, the beam I'd shoved into place, now split straight down the middle, as if something had tried to get in or out. I didn't sleep. I didn't sit. I just stood there in the center of the ruined cabin, heart pounding, every breath shaky and shallow. The new book sat open on the mattress, waiting, its pages somehow illuminated by no clear source of light. The red ink or blood, or whatever it was, had dried into the paper like veins beneath skin. But I told myself I wouldn't read it. I told myself it wasn't real. But my feet moved anyway. The first sentence of the chapter bearing my name was already forming itself, curling across the paper, as if being written from beneath. I watched in horror and fascination as the letters bled upward. She left the cabin at dawn. Though the sun had never returned, I slammed the book shut, but I could still hear the words. Whispered now, behind me, inside me, something scraped across the roof above. Not a branch, not an animal, something clawed. I looked up slowly, neck stiff, knowing I wouldn't see anything but feeling the weight of it pressing down through the rotten beams. Then the sound stopped, but something heavy shifted above. The soft crunch of wood cracking beneath a slow, deliberate step. I bolted for the door, not because it was safe, but because standing still had become unbearable. The cold hit me instantly, soaked my clothes, burned my skin, filled my mouth with the taste of snow and rust. The forest beyond had changed again. The trees had moved, where there had once been a crooked trail choked by undergrowth. There was now a wide, clean path, flanked by towering pines, whose trunks bore those same screaming faces in their bark. The trail stretched forward, like a wound, and at its end, so far I could barely make it out, stood a figure, tall, still. I didn't go to it, but my body did. Every part of me screamed to turn around, to return to the cabin, to shut the book and burn it, to forget Caleb, to forget the song of the Black Fang horror. But I walked forward, down the trail, carved by madness, drawn by a tether. I couldn't see and couldn't cut. The trees leaned closer. The farther I went, not swaying in any breeze, but tilting as though drawn toward my heat, my movement, my mind. Their bark glistened with fresh sap, dark and glugging, dripping like tears or blood from their eyes. They were watching. The whispers returned, not just from behind now, but from ahead, beneath, above, like the forest had swallowed the sound of the world and was whispering it back in a twisted tongue. She carries the name. She carries the key. She carries the mouth. I broke into a run. Branches whipped my face. Roots reached from the soil to trip me. I stumbled, fell, rose again, arms scratched and bleeding. I didn't look back. I knew what followed. Not footsteps, not breath, but presence. And then I reached the figure, but it wasn't a person. It was a mirror, tall, ornate, standing impossibly in the middle of the trail, framed in dark, weathered wood that pulsed faintly, like living flesh. The glass was perfectly clean, perfectly reflective, and inside it was me. But not just me now. Me in the cabin. Me on the trail. Me in the pit. Me holding the book. Me screaming. Me bleeding. Me changing. And behind every version of me, a shadow, wolf-like, fanged, watching. The mirror cracked. A long, spidery fracture ran across the surface, and with it came a low, guttural sound that vibrated through the ground beneath my feet. Not a growl, not quite. More like a breath being taken, a deep, hungry inhale. I turned to run, but the trail was gone. Only trees now, tight endless rows of trees. The whispering surged. The sap bled faster. The bark began to peel, curling back like skin in fire, revealing wet, pulsating wood beneath. Then, the first howl split the air. Not from a wolf, not from any living creature, but from the forest itself. It rose like wind through dead leaves, like wind given voice, and hatred, and hunger. It was a sound of claiming. The mirror shattered, and the last thing I saw in its splinters, reflected in 1,000 broken shards, was my face. But my eyes were no longer mine. There is no longer a direction to this forest. No forward, no back, no landmarks by which to guide a sane mind. The trees rearranged themselves as if the earth beneath them breathed. And I wandered now in a looping dream, every path the same, every path subtly wrong, until even the shape of my own footprints in the damp soil betrayed me. Whispers clung to my skin like wet leaves. They slipped between strands of hair and crawled into the hollows of my ears. I couldn't shut them out. They didn't speak in language anymore, not fully, but in suggestion, in the weight of old things remembered wrongly, in sounds that mimicked the cries of animals long extinct. The trees had begun to bleed openly now, not in trickles, but in thick, glistening sheets of that black sap, running down trunks and pooling in divots in the earth, like coagulated veins cut too deep. I stepped in it once, just once, and the sensation was instant and unforgettable. A living cold, not wet, but aware, not blood, but memory, clinging to my boot with the grip of a closed hand. I kicked it off. But I still feel it, still smell it, iron and decay. And something sweeter underneath, something that makes you think of home. Not the one you lived in, but the one you might return to when your body is laid beneath the ground. The wind had no direction. The sound of the howling returned every few hours, echoing with impossible distance, and each time I heard it, I knew the Black Fang horror was nearer, not hunting, not yet, but waiting. I saw it once, briefly, through the trees, where the mist hung heavy and low like breath exhaled from deep lungs. It stood just beyond the bend in a path that shouldn't have been there. Its eyes weren't glowing, not like you'd expect, but absorbing, taking in light and color, drinking the world through pinpricks of pure hunger. Its fangs were black, glistening like volcanic glass, jagged and cruel, and too many for its mouth. The claws were the same, curved, barbed, made not to kill, but to keep. It didn't move. Neither did I, until I blinked, and it was gone. But the whispering changed. It took a sharper tone. The trees grew tighter, closer, bending toward me like sentinels. I started to hear my name, not just in the wind, not just in my mind, but in the echo of my own breath. Like my lungs had turned traitor, I ran again, faster. This time, more desperately. I didn't care about where only a way, but a way no longer existed. Every tree bore my reflection now. faint and warped in sap-slick bark. My face screamed silently. From 1,000 trunks, my eyes pleaded. I began to hear footsteps behind me. Not fast, not loud, just steady. Measured, like the forest had birthed a mimic, a shadow made flesh. I refused to look. I refused to let it know I knew. And then, impossibly, I broke through. The trees parted. Like curtains in a theater that hadn't seen an audience in centuries, before me stood a clearing. Wide and flat and ringed with stones that pulsed like heartbeats. In the center was the book, the original one, the one from the cabin. Open, waiting. A circle of symbols had been drawn around it, in sap and ash, black against the ground, sharp and angular, and aching to be stepped across. I didn't want to, but I did. My foot crossed the threshold. The world changed. Sound died. The color of the sky bled into red, then purple, then black. The wind reversed direction, pulling in instead of pushing out. Trees swayed without wind. The book flared with sudden light, pages flipping on their own. A name appeared on the center spread. Not mine, Caleb's, and beneath it, a single sentence. He is not yours to save. I fell to my knees, not in sorrow, not in defeat, but in submission. The whispers turned to laughter, and then from behind me, just inches from my ear, you turned the page. I did not turn around. The book closed by itself. I stood, and the trees began to move again, opening a path. But this time, not forward, down. The trail sloped into the earth, like a throat, dark, damp, hung with roots that swayed like fingers. The Black Fang horror would be waiting at the end. I knew not to kill me, but to show me what I'd become. There is no longer a direction to this forest. No forward, no back, no landmarks by which to guide a sane mind. The trees rearranged themselves as if the earth beneath them breathed, and I wandered now in a looping dream. Every path the same, every path subtly wrong, until even the shape of my own footprints in the damp soil betrayed me. Whispers clung to my skin like wet leaves. They slipped between strands of hair and crawled into the hollows of my ears. I couldn't shut them out. They didn't speak in language anymore, not fully, but in suggestion, in the weight of old things remembered wrongly, in sounds that mimicked the cries of animals long extinct. The trees had begun to bleed openly now, not in trickles, but in thick, glistening sheets of that black sap, running down trunks and pooling in divots in the earth, like coagulated veins cut too deep. I stepped in it once, just once, and the sensation was instant and unforgettable. A living cold, not wet, but aware, not blood, but memory, clinging to my boot with the grip of a closed hand. I kicked it off. But I still feel it, still smell it. Iron and decay, and something sweeter underneath. Something that makes you think of home. Not the one you lived in, but the one you might return to when your body is laid beneath the ground. The wind had no direction. The sound of the howling returned every few hours, echoing with impossible distance. And each time I heard it, I knew the Black Fang horror was nearer, not hunting, not yet, but waiting. I saw it once, briefly, through the trees, where the mist hung heavy and low like breath exhaled from deep lungs. It stood just beyond the bend in a path that shouldn't have been there. Its eyes were glowing, not like you'd expect, but absorbing, taking in light and color, drinking the world through pinpricks of pure hunger. Its fangs were black, glistening like volcanic glass, jagged and cruel, and too many for its mouth. The claws were the same, curved, barbed, made not to kill but to keep. It didn't move, neither did I, until I blinked, and it was gone. But the whispering changed. It took a sharper tone. The trees grew tighter, closer, bending toward me like sentinels. I started to hear my name, not just in the wind, not just in my mind, but in the echo of my own breath. Like my lungs had turned traitor, I ran again, faster. This time, more desperately. I didn't care about where, only a way, but a way no longer existed. Every tree bore my reflection now, faint and warped in sap-slick bark. My face screamed silently from 1,000 trunks. My eyes pleaded. I began to hear footsteps behind me. Not fast, not loud, just steady, measured, like the forest had birthed a mimic, a shadow made flesh. I refused to look. I refused to let it know I knew. And then, impossibly, I broke through. The trees parted like curtains in a theater that hadn't seen an audience in centuries. Before me stood a clearing, wide and flat, and ringed with stones that pulsed like heartbeats. In the center was the book, the original one, the one from the cabin, open, waiting. The circle of symbols had been drawn around it in sap and ash, black against the ground, sharp and angular, and aching to be stepped across. I didn't want to it, but I did. My foot crossed the threshold. The world changed. Sound died. The color of the sky bled into red, then purple, then black. The wind reversed direction, pulling in instead of pushing out. Trees swayed without wind. The book flared with sudden light, pages flipping on their own. A name appeared on the center spread. Not mine, Caleb's, and beneath it, a single sentence. He is not yours to save. I fell to my knees. Not in sorrow, not in defeat, but in submission. The whispers turned to laughter, and then from behind me, just inches from my ear, you turned the page. I did not turn around. The book closed by itself. I stood, and the trees began to move again, opening a path. But this time not forward, down. The trail sloped into the earth like a throat, dark, damp, hung with roots that swayed like fingers. The Black Fang horror would be waiting at the end. I knew, not to kill me, but to show me what I'd become.